shit right here. IMP, Biscuit is right here. People in the house, put their hands in the air. Cause if you don't care, then we don't care. 1, 2, 3 times 2 to the 6. Jonesing for your fix of that Limp Biscuit mix. So where the fuck you at, punk? Shut the fuck up and back the fuck up while we fuck this track up.
Put your ass away, child!
Berry Nona just subscribed. Beth Wise.
Oh, that gets me going. That gets me going. Guys, speaking of getting me going. I woke up today and I really just wanted to play everything all at once. You get me going, doll. Oh, stop it, doll. Striker, that's my hype song at the moment. I can't help myself. That's my starting soon song for the week, I reckon. Hello. I wanted to play DBD, and I also wanted to check on our Tamadachis. So I was like, why don't I do both? Why don't we just do both at the same time? Screw it all to hell. We can. I'm in charge. Let's do both. Now, we will get people coming in going, Carla, you know your game says DBD, right? And I'm going to go, yes. So we are going to see that 10 times an hour, but that's okay. Fuck it, Subway Surfers. No, honestly. Want DBD to have Elmo and Tim Curry's child is killer. No, thank you for 44, doll. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Maybe break stuff. I was going to do that today, actually, David. I was going to play break stuff, and I was like, oh, I want to hear Roland. But I was going to. I will, Grace, I will. Are you back at work today? Art, hello. Game, hello. Everyone, hello. Nice. What did someone say the other day, guys? Oh, it was when I was making, a character. Wait, was it Peppa Pig? I forget. And people kept going, hey, raise the eyes. Raise the eyes a little bit. But people kept saying it, and I'm like, guys, I'm raising the eyes. I got it. Grace, no! No, that's okay. Imagine you downloaded DBD on your Office thing. That'd be so funny. I know that's impossible, but it makes me laugh at the thought of it. Because what's the queue times today? I'm guessing the queue time is nasty. 12 minutes. Perfect. Perfect. So, let me get, Let me get this up. Because we have things to do, but I also really feel like playing DVD. Am I bad for that? I don't know. 6-second survivor queue though. That's nice. Birthday month!
Thank you for the sub.
We
Put your
needed
ass away,
this.
child.
Giving myself the gift of
Ethereal
Carla.
_ at Vandelay just subscribed.
Yeah.
It's my birthday month and I'm giving myself the gift of Carla Cars.
That's really
Sup?
cute. Thank you for 5 months. Already, it feels like years. And I mean that in the best way possible. Thank you so much, doll. What the hell? Teehee. When's your birthday again? Is it next week? I think Henry is in yours next week. I'll hack into the PC, jailbreak it away from the work systems. And download Steam and DVD. Next Monday, yippee! I keep getting gifties because of Angels here, aka the Simps. Yes, we love the Simps. I too am the Simp. I'm the main Simp. Steven, okay, watch streak, babe. Thanks, doll. Hi, Kyle. Hey, pussy. How are you? Next Sunday. Uh-oh. Taurus Nation. I'm gonna reset my thing and see if this works. And 1 month or 5 years. Smarty. Oh my god, babe. What? That's crazy. Hi, Leah. How are you, doll? Hello. Group BD party in chat next week. Yup. Also, last night I was having so much fun. Oh, fuck, I'm frozen. And, sorry. Not me about to talk. Be like, girl, you look like you're pondering. Imagine. Guys, I just have a really crazy thing to say right now. Sorry. Wait, David as well? Oh my god. Leah, yay! Wait, how's the date? Ah! Wait, did you use the date? Did you use the date? Did you go on the date? What the fuck? Sorry about me. Or has it not happened yet? It was really good. I'm so fucked. I'm so into it. Oh my god! So tell me everything. How was it? Hi, Blizz. I was having so much fun yesterday and I didn't want to get off stream. So but it was good though because I was so tired. But the same thing's gonna happen today. I'm honestly just gonna go until my tired ass wants to get off, but I'm gonna try and stream for as long as I can because I was having such a great time. I love late night, well, late afternoon vibes. Ice Queen. Let me see if I can fix this. Oh wait, maybe I do this. Oh my god, I'm back again. Oh girl. Oh god. Thank you. But what's I think so we haven't planned it yet, but I don't think I've ever been into someone after one date before. We got coffee and then went to a movie and then more coffee after. It was 5 hours. Went to her place and walked her dog too. Oh my god. Babe. You cutie? Elsa. That's so cute. When's your second date? I need to, Oh, Leah. You cutie. What the hell? Bobby, hello, girl. Hello, girl. That's so cute. Okay, let me, load into a killer game. No, totally. Totally understand, doll. I gotta look at the bottom left of the screen, actually. No, of course. I was the same way. It's always that way when you really like someone. You're like, oh, come on, please. Okay. 4 minutes? It said 12 minutes. All right, well. We look around while we wait for the queue. Freedom, hello. Oh my god, Jesus is angry. Wait, why is everyone sad? What the hell? Everyone is sad.
Feel free to never speak to me again.
Wait,
Bye bye, J baby.
didn't she break up with Jesus?
Thanks for everything, J baby.
Oh god. Dramatic.
I want to spend my life talking it.
Baby. Good luck finding someone
The
else.
sea
as
goes
good as
on
me.
forever.
Did you hear him say I want to spend my life jorking it?
The sea,
Well,
it's
J
so
baby.
blue.
Oh my god. Hi Tabitha. How are you? Terry and Steve are in love. Why is Gran angry? Gran, what happened?
Here's what I say to that.
Why is Gran pissed? Guys, also, as you can tell, I am playing Tomodachi in between DBD rounds because I am impatient. Are we just dancing? Oh, Chris hates my...
Hey, Australian fart.
Mm.
Hey, doll.
Chris hates my guts. Freedom. Okay, I swear, I actually wanted to play today. Like, I was craving DVD. And I was like, fuck, no one wants that. But I was like, I do.
Jesus is a not numpty. Jesus is a not numpty. Jesus is a big-headed jerk.
What happened with Jesus?
Jesus is a not numpty.
What happened?
I'm mad about you. Slenderman, I'm mad about you.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Ah, Slenderman. Looking gorgeous as always.
Oh god.
No. Look out.
I love my Labubu so bad. Hi
Don't
Pan.
worry, I've got you.
Oh, they're so down bad. Hi Puffin. They're so down bad. Oh no. Where's Steven? Where's Steven? Terry. Jesus and Granny had a fight, I think. Where the hell is... Where's Terry? Oh, I should pin that. I see it in the bag. That's so funny. Nice. Honestly, Henry, great. Great. I did, Leah. He fell in love with me. Don't blame him. Anyway. No, we're still doing, oh my god, Jesus and Gran!
Like you.
Give it up already.
No, you did it up.
You should listen more and talk less.
Ah, you're the one who needs to listen. Granny, you're a ding dong.
The only ding dong here is you, Jesus.
I say ding dong!
Please still remember me. You'll be in the trash heap of history.
It's true, Judge, because she for this.
Please still remember me. You'll be in the trash heap of history.
Just
What?
say you're sorry, and this can be all over.
You say sorry first, and we'll see how we go.
What the fuck?
Gosh darn it. Granny is a big-headed jerk. stupid cowboy walking granny. Granny is a numpty.
Granny and Jesus are fighting for some reason. They're friends. They're just fighting. I don't know. What the hell? Oh, she's angry as hell. Look at this red bubble.
I'm so mad right now. I could eat a screw.
Girl, chill.
I got into an argument with Jesus. I'm so mad. I could eat a paper talisman. I'm seething with steam coming out of my ears and nostrils. Could you please help me calm down a bit first?
Yes, I know just the thing.
Hey, that won't fit into my stomach.
Don't worry, I fixed it. Are you better, sweetie, or is that worse?
I got into an argument with Jesus.
Use Deadeye!
I'm so mad. I could eat a puzzle game. I'm seething.
Alright, what do you want? I'll give you an Abby Miller doll.
Why are you giving that to me?
Oh, alright!
I already have that.
Oh, angry, angry, angry! How about meth? Do you have meth cookbook? Alright, good. My god. Girl, yeah. Level up. I'm being... Granny was in the wrong. Confident. Risky! Hello! How was your stream?
Okay.
We're trying to get two friends to patch up. They're real angry. How was your stream? What were you playing? Welcome, guys. Jesus and Granny are really upset with each other.
A bit closer to the real me.
Not good.
Phew. I'm no longer consumed by rage.
Oh, there's the cue.
Well, maybe just a little bit. All right. I'll try to patch things up with Jesus.
Oh no. We're playing Tomodachi in between DVD, guys. YOLO. Uh-oh.
Hey, sorry about earlier.
No, I'm the one who should
Oh.
apologize. Amen.
Just like that. Just like that. Okay, everything's all good, guys. Jay, exactly. Why play one game when you can play two? How are you, doll? Yay! They're friends again!
We've been able to settle our differences.
Yippee! Hi, Abs! Give me the good news! Give me the good news, Puffin. Guys, we are being absolute game maxing losers today because I'm playing two games at once. I can't help myself. Risky, I hope your stream was good. Thank you, doll. Having a slow morning. Oh, you deserve that, doll. Wait, you adopted a cat. Do you have a name yet? Oh, I love that. Little kitty. I love what I'm doing today. I think this is great. My brain wanted to play 3 games at once, but I was like, girl, you can't do that. So I'm doing 2. Oh, cute. Let me know how you go. Oh, poor Mimi was having a sneezing fit this morning. And then she finally fell asleep. So when I got up, you know when sometimes, you know when you roll over, your cat will obviously wake up? I was rolling over crazy style and she wasn't moving. Like she was exhausted. So I think she was trying to get some sleep. Poor thing. Goofing and yapping? Were you playing any games? Nice. 47 cats. Aw, poor things. Oh, they were here. They were out and about. Tammy, is it good? How does it look? How are you feeling? Oh. What are you doing? I need this. I need this. I'm sorry. I need this. They're gonna finish that gen. Game maxing. I can't believe. Oh, girl. Girl, come back. A sanity watch. Oh, so you can check your sanity from inside? Whoa, that's cool. Nice. Axel, morning. Oh, he's still on a hook. Oh, God. That's cool. I'm excited. Oh, they've been doing gens. I really hope we can get marriage today. Wait, are Terry and Steve official? I don't think they're official. They just love each other, right? Oh, shit. We could get a relationship today. Where are they? Oh. Where are they? They're not a fish, yeah. And then whose wedding can we get? Well, we need not Les. I do miss Les though. We need Roz and Randall to get married. I heard someone. Am I absolutely losing it? Oh. Excellent. Well, I feel terrible that it's this guy, but I did hear you. Orange cats are so cute. Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. You were just a little bit loud. I know. I feel bad. To be fair, I didn't know who was in there. 2 gens have been done. I need to commit to getting a kill. I wonder if they're going to get the bot. They should. I know. Can you imagine Rosal and Randy's baby? Oh, God. Oh, God. It might be purple with Roz's face, although I think that would be quite cute. I need this baby. Tammy, have a good day, doll. God, so much blood. So much blood everywhere. Yeah, Abby, I know. We all hate that fucking baby. Well, Tammy's sweet and likes Charlie. This girl's taking me on a ride. Oh my god, amazing. Okay. Well, I may as well just commit to this then. No, I can't. I can't. She's going to Shack. I can't commit to this. I can't. Do you take my suggestion? I didn't. I actually forgot. But you know what? Who's there? What the hell? I didn't because I think it will be funny to see what plays out with him and keep the family together. But it is funny, the thought of it. Who's finding me? How am I getting revealed? Hello? What the hell? That's weird. I shouldn't chase them because that gem will be done by the bot. But you know what? We're gonna do it anyway. This with the audio for VOD. Fuck. True. True. I don't really listen to a lot of music though during my
Rolika just resubbed for 85
It will be
months.
handy for marbles. But I don't really listen to audio. Apart from Dynamite with Red Dead. I need to. I'm just scared it's gonna complicate my shit. Alika, thank you for 85. How are you, doll? For a while, every single photo music. Yeah, the start and the end does, but like in the middle, we don't have a lot. Like it's only in between DBD games. He has a different system than I do. That's the only reason why I haven't done it. He doesn't have a Go XLR anymore, and the Go XLR doesn't get support for software. So that's why I'm like, ugh, it's gonna be really annoying. Betty White? Yeah. Hey, bot. What does claimed mean, Tabitha? I gotta play some Red Dead this week. I promise I will. I think it's a bit... That's a super old emote. It's, is it tier 2 or is it... I think it's Biddy. I think it's a Biddy 1. I don't think it's that high though. I gotta see. They're very old. I made them in 2018. And I know. Killing it. I'm so easily distracted. I'll check which one Betty is. They were my old emotes I did back in the day. Oh, what the hell? That's a big Biddy. Jesus Christ. Hello? No way. That's so old. Because that was the only emotes I could have back in the day, because you could only have one tier 1 as an affiliate. Slow burn. I know. That's why, like, I'm so happy for affiliates now, because they can actually get emotes. They're not stuck. Because that's why everyone wanted partner, just to get more emotes. They should really start another one. Clumpy!
Put your ass away, child!
Ouse Clump just subscribed.
Thank you for the
Just
lurk, doll.
wanted to
There we
say
go.
hi. I'm lurking and catching some sleep before work. Love your
Get
dolls.
some sleep, doll. Wait, your Betty White? No, I had, it was really bad. It was a really bad emote. I'll, how do I explain this? It was really bad. So, The lore of my first emote goes crazy. It was such a bad emote. So, how do I explain this? Hold. Remind me. Clumpy. Thank you again, doll. I appreciate you. Sweet dreams. And Tracy, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, doll? What were you playing? DBD? Yeah, my first emote. So when I had like 3 viewers, I had this this viewer that would always come in and be like, "This is crazy." He would come in and be like, "Damn, shorty, you looking like a snack." Lake Titi Kaka. Wait. Hakuna. This sounds insane saying it out loud. Abby.
Abby, a
what
holder
the
just
hell?
resubbed for 42 months.
Abby, did you upgrade to tier 3? What the hell? Abs? You didn't. Excuse me? Trace, yeah. No, all good, doll. Thank you so much for the raid. I mean, the raid. Tracy, sorry. Wait, Abs, a tier 3? That's huge. Are you joking? You didn't have to do that. Why'd you do that? Thank you, doll. That's really kind. Oh, Abs. That's really nice. Thank you. Because I want to, boo-boo. Well, I appreciate it. You have extra emotes now? I really, 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 really appreciate that. That's ridiculous. Thank you. Yeah, so that person would come in and be like, "You look like a snack," but they smelt it. They spelt it schnack, like S-C-H, knack, like schnack. And I found that so funny, and I was like, "Yep." And then, so I wanted to make an emote that said snack on it, but spelt the way he said it, because I don't know why. I found that hilarious. And then, so I commissioned someone to make it, and it was a really bad emote. No offense to the artist. Like, I could have made it, but I was so, like, clueless. It was a bowl of chips, but crisps. A bowl of chips, and it said snack on it. And then it was spelt wrong. They spelt it wrong. But I was too scared to tell them they spelt it wrong. They spelt it like S-C-N-A-C-K. Like, it was just so wrong. And that was my only emote for like a year. It was a really bad emote, but that was our emote. And then that same person that would watch me all the time came in once, and he was like, "Hey, I can't watch you anymore. My girlfriend doesn't want me to watch you, but thanks for the memories." And I was like, hell yeah. And I haven't seen him since. But that was the whole reason why I had that emote. To be fair, like, you shouldn't be calling me a snack. Like, I kind of, like, if it was just chill, but, like, calling someone else a snack, that's a bit weird. But, like, also, I was so, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Freedom. Exactly. But, like, yeah, so that was my first emote. I wish I could find it. It's so bad. And then I made my bit emotes, but they're so bad too. I gotta change those. Guys, just wanted to say I'm first right now. Oh my god, you're first right now. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, that's the story behind everything. Yeah, there was probably a weird, there was honestly, like, it's both. You're just like, but also like, oh, well, I don't fucking know what's going on. Maybe don't be one. Fine, I won't be. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm just gonna play some Huntress. 10 minutes, perfect. Anyway, so that was the story behind that. Oh, I gotta turn off the music here. Really bad story. Funnier in my head. I can't believe that was 8 years ago. Like, that's actually crazy to me. Oh my god, Art, that's so cute. Dino Nuggies. Oh, are they gonna have a baby? Are they talking?
Hey, sweetie, my sweet pea. Are you using that meth cookbook I gave you? And how? I cuddle my meth cookbook every night as I set off to Slumberland.
You do? Wow. How I wish I could be that meth cookbook.
Oh, homie, how can you be so brilliant? I'll
If they
never
break
leave
up,
you.
I'm gonna be gutted.
So, homie, ask you a question. What's cooler, me or a dildo spear?
Ha.
You don't even need to ask that, babe. You're like a million times cooler.
Oh yeah. Well, then you're like a billion times cooler than a dildo spear, homie.
Okay.
Shut the front door. You're just so good.
Oh my god, I thought he was
Can
going to
we
say
stay
shut the
together
fuck
forever?
up. Konami, yeah.
Hey, it's my romantic bestie, homie. What have you got planned for tomorrow's date?
Well, my yummy sweetie. How about we go to the ocean and get down to some pussy tossing?
For real?
He
I'm
does.
totally up for that. We'll get out there and do pussy tossing again and again.
You like the sound of that? You're just so flipping great, sweetie.
All right.
Are you cheating on me?
They're freaks, Jay. They're absolute freaks. Where's Terry and Steve? Oh, they live together. Oh my god, please confess today, please.
Hello, Carla. I've been thinking of doing something
No, absolutely
different
not.
with my hair.
Absolutely
what do you
not.
Think?
You're a fringe girl through and through.
Oh, you think so? I'll leave it as is then.
Abby, my god, good luck, doll. You got this. Terry's perfect.
Steve Owen asked me to live with him, so I said okay. Finally, someone I can practice saving animals within the same house. I can't wait.
They're the only couple I'm not tainting for the time being.
Standing ovation.
I didn't know. Oh my god, he's loving it. He's loving the Terry show. They're cute, aren't they? That's gonna be uncomfortable later. Hey, but they love it, Crash. They love it. Who the helly? I think... Okay, get this, guys. Poot is the one that literally broke up with Jesus. And they're sad. They're the ones that broke up with Jesus. Like, girl, you're the one that ended it, babe. Grow up. What's Maya's dreaming about? A butterfly collection.
My insect collection. So this is where it was. Huh?
Girl.
Huh?
Always a new sentence in my Tamagotchi stream.
Huh?
Real. Real. Hi, doll. How are you? Hi, Shibi. Thank you again, Abby. That was so kind of you.
What can I do for you?
I want him to fall in love. Like, what's up? Walter White. What's wrong with Walter White?
I'm the one who knocks.
What's up, babe?
I swear, the paths around Percy Island are so bland. Seriously, the island looks like a driving school course. How about sprucing up the island scenery with some stuff along the path?
What do you have in mind? It's gonna look so bad, isn't it? Ugh. What's with the... Okay, sure. Sure.
It will cost $180. What say you?
180?
Construction superintendent. Shall we get this show
Oh,
on
the
the
pin.
road?
Thank you, my goat. Construct away.
Alright. Let the construction commence.
They always have the most awful
All done.
ideas. All right, thank you, Walter. Level up. Like it's a bother. Okay. My guy. Yippee! My glasses, my glasses.
Oh, I feel somewhat different. Recently, joking it with friends has become the absolute highlight of my week.
Happy for you, bro. So happy for you. That's iconic. The Labubu's dreaming. Is she dreaming about Slenderman? That'd be funny. Oh, Terry.
Step right up and feast your eyes upon Pussy Island's main attraction.
Real.
Labubu, the Terry Hawker, is ready for action.
Oh. No, watch. Watch them.
Huh? That was really realistic for a dream.
Damn it. I love how, like, you really don't know who Terry is unless you know who Terry is. Hi, Exhausted. What are they doing over here? Oh my god, Daddy Pig and Peppa Pig are hanging. That's kind of cute. I did, Goobs. I did, it's cursed. But it's better than my Randall. Wait, really? Thank you. My Randall's the worst one. It slowly gets better. I did that Labubu yesterday. Better than my Randall. I did make them related so they can't fall in love with each other.
I'm getting emotional already.
That's my Peppa. My Barney is better than Randall, but cursed.
Have you got a few minutes to spare?
It depends. What do you want?
I want a photo to remember
No.
this day, but
You know what? At least you know who that is. You know what I mean? Like, she's not perfect, but you know who she is. Randall, you don't know who Randall is, and I'll take the L on that one.
Alright,
good morning, Burns Ian.
Gordon Ramsay. Was it? Good morning.
Bad joint Rashina Glue.
Do you like the birds?
Actually like food.
I couldn't do the green glows, so we did sparkles.
Bad joint, Yasa Trido bad joint.
If you know, you know. She's close.
Gordon Ramsay.
They're talking
I
about the
swear,
blunt.
It's been a while since I laughed out loud like that.
Perfect. Some interest. They're slowly becoming friends. What? Hey. Good for them. Oh, DVD! Thanks, Abs.
I'll go and close till tomorrow. Can I pray? Then sleep on first.
Oh, weird. We're getting there. I just know Bird's got an absolute pencil. Is crazy. The radiation went straight to his kyak. Okay. Game maxing. Game maxing. I still want to get some sort of love happening today, so I might not queue up. Oh, I don't know whether to queue up or not. Maybe I should just keep switching games. Oh, this is the worst map. Oh, God. Oh, golly gosh. I know. I felt like Deebs today. Like, there'll be a point where I'll just, like, play a couple games of DBD and then... No, honestly, I wanted just to do... It's probably going to be awful for my view count, but I was like, fuck it. I really just want to play everything today. And this is how I'm going to do it. Just going to do it my way. Screw it all to hell. I'm doing it. I've done that, bro. I've done the exact same thing. I'm not even judging you. Oh my god, that's funny. That actually cracks me up. Yeah, I was really craving DBD. I was lying in bed going, ooh, I just feel like doing it all. And I do want to play some Faz later as well. I got to practice. But I thought, you know what? Because sometimes in Tamagotchi, what I struggle with, and this is purely because of my brain, sometimes if I'm not feeling creative and there's not a lot of storylines happening, I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do next. Like, especially if I don't feel like creating anything. So I thought that would be handy if not a lot of storylines happen. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Faz. It's nice slowly getting better at it. Like, I'm definitely still a noob, but it's been fun. I've quite enjoyed it. Hey, King. Sorry, fair is fair. I do feel bad about that, actually. That's unfortunate, but... My bad. I didn't clock who it was until I downed him. I'm sorry, Pookie. No! Abby, I agree. I agree, because I was that type of person that would die on the hill that Demonologist is better. Not that it's a competition, but I didn't really understand Faz. Like, I was really annoyed. I was like, is this the same person again? Girl, what's going on? I'm being that killer. I'm being that killer. Whoopsies. But I was always like, I don't get the appeal of Faz. The tools are bad. Like, I was honestly a little bit of a hater. And then when I realized it's actually okay leveling up and getting other things, I was like, oh, when you have better tools, like, it feels better. That's nice. You know? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, less than I do, for sure. Like, I was very much a hater, but it's been fun just learning and kind of, I don't know. True Gamer, when it first came out, and also there was no sprint when it first came out. Like, you were like, sprinting was literally like this when you first came out. It was painful. Oh, nice. But, hi, Seven. How are you doing? I don't know. It's just been nice learning it, I guess. I know it has kind of derailed all my other games I was playing. I'm so sorry about that. I will play more Red Dead, I promise. And Tamagotchi too. Here's another thing. I didn't think I would like Tamagotchi as much as I do. I knew it would be fun, but I didn't really understand it. And that's been fun as well. But I also, if I'm not feeling creative, which I haven't really been feeling, I can't play like 8 hours of Tomodachi though, like everyone else. Like, I'm so happy my friends are having the best time. I'm not hating that, like, hell yeah. But when I'm feeling creative, it's like, not creative. Half of the game is making things. I'm like, oh, I don't really feel like making things at the moment. That's why I've been playing other games as well. I think I'm a storyline Andy. Oh god, they're everywhere. They're like flies. No, it does for me too. It does for me, like... I feel bad even saying that. It's a fantastic game. But, if I don't really, like... Because people could come into chat and be like, oh, make John Travolta, for example. And if I don't, like, connect with that idea, I really just don't want to. I'm like, oh... But then when I'm feeling creative, I love making characters and being silly. Oh, I didn't even think of that game. There are so many games I do want to play though. Like, I want to play more Supermarket Sim. I think I'm honestly... I think I'm just leaning on comfort games at the moment. And weirdly enough, Faz feels very comfortable. And I don't know what it is about it. I don't know what it is. But it does. It feels very, like, nice to play. Maybe because it's easy to chat sometimes. Oh, nice dead hard. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, Nat. Good thought. Yeah, true. Maybe because it's... Yeah, that's a good point. One is cat face and the other is cat butt. Wait, we should make cat dog. Yeah, true. It's probably like slow enough to talk, but still interesting when something happens. I watch other content, but only just ever chat. No, I do understand. You're okay, doll. That's fine. Also, I know I don't need to, but just so you know, I do apologize that I've kind of just been playing the same 3 games and I ditched other games. I've just been trying to play what my brain really, really wants in that moment. But I will get back to doing more variety. I promise. Aw, thanks guys. That's really nice. You know how I feel. I just want to give you guys everything, but lately I've been like, oh, I just really only want to play that, you know? Yeah, no, I'm excited for more Red Dead. Girl, look around. Oh, this person must be shitting their pants. They weren't looking behind them. Oh, poor thing. Oh, God. I hooked him twice. That was his 3rd hook. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Thanks, Ferret. Yeah, I don't know. I even want to do some loops later too. Yeah, true. Nah, you right. You right. You're not dumb, Abs. This game was a weird one. You're not dumb at all. I thought you said, your name's a homo nude, and I was like, I want that in my mouth. I will get to a point today where I just close Tomodachi entirely, but because there's a few storylines I want to see if they happen today, I'm just going to keep it up for a little bit, and then I'll close it entirely, and we'll just do killer survivor games. Because that's what I feel like before Faz. Because last month I played DBD for the first 2 weeks of the month and then I just stopped playing it for Tomodachi, but I don't know. I just feel like it. Hey girl! I played this game on autopilot. I don't know what happened. We all hate him. Eltim? Also, I've been having those mornings lately because usually I would say I'm somewhat of a morning person. I'm someone that gets up, gets out of bed straight away. But lately, I've been like checking the time going, oh, I have time, and then going back to sleep. And then getting up far too late going, damn it, I wanted to start early on stream. Like, I didn't need more sleep this morning. I really didn't need more sleep, but I just kept going back to sleep. Maybe, I hate even saying this, guys. I know I keep saying it. Please forgive me. Genuine. Do you think that's a part of... Do you think that's just a part of adjusting to meds? Like maybe I'm just sleepier? I don't know. It's week 2. I don't know if that's a thing or not. Yeah? Okay. Nah, no, I didn't mean it like that, I swear. Meds miss our bodies in so many ways. Oh, got you. Okay. And do you reckon it's normal my psoriasis has been flaring up? Because my psoriasis has been bad too on my face. Go find the hatch, babe. Where is it? It's probably messing with everything. Nah. Oh, Goobs. Wait, I forgot to tell you. Shit. Sorry, we need to have a game night together. I've been so off the planet. We gotta catch up. But yes, I'm medicated now. I'm adjusting. Yeah, true. GG's, that was fun. Aww. It's for my PMDD, which is like my extreme PMS, but I also am quite anxious anyway. So it's basically an anti-anxiety, antidepressant. So it's gonna help with that, which it did this month. It really did help, but it's gonna help with my anxiety in general. Like my brain is so much more quiet, Goobs. It's crazy. Like I can still be like, oh, that would have made me anxious, but not feel anything. It's crazy. It's a weird adjustment. It's a weird adjustment going from worrying about everything to feeling normal. Yesterday though, I was a little bit sad and a tiny bit anxious, but I do acknowledge that I'm still gonna have human feelings on my period. Like I can't escape it fully. So that's why I was like, there's no need to freak out. You're still gonna be sad sometimes. That's fine. You know? Abs. Oh my god, not the golden. That's such a bad emote. I love it. GG's, Yui. GG's. I didn't know how that was gonna go on the game. I don't like that map as killer. Wait, Goobs. Recently? Wait, have you stopped working at your old job? We gotta catch up. Oh, thanks, gamer. You're right. Oh, years ago. I was gonna say. What? Right, got you. Got you. Well, I wanted to give you a golden Kappa remote, but it's Kappa. Yeah, okay, got you, got you. I was like, oh, interesting. But me, if that was your journey, that's your journey, you know? That makes sense. Okay. Okay, let me do this. Hello, beef. Hello. I should queue up for a survivor match while I wait. May as well with the time it takes. Maybe Pyramid Head. Let me do this. I also gotta go pee. So maybe I won't ready up just yet. Let me get you to watch someone. Can we have some love, please? I don't know why they're not asking each other out. Nah, it's so random, hey. Ooh. Oh, they're being cute.
Thanks for always taking care of the
Oh,
washing up.
wrong one.
Mikey.
Thanks for always cooking such delicious meals.
Wait, they're working well together. Goobs, finally. Oh, they both want to confess. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. I want a confession. I want a confession so bad. God. And Poot's sad. Like, grow up, Poot. One more semester. Oh, yeah. He's doing it. He's bloody doing it. Ooh. Oh. Oh, my God. I just buy everything at this point. What the hell? Turtleneck. Wait. That's good for Michael Myers. What the hell? Hang on. I know Myers looks great, but like we need to put him in this.
Good morning.
Yeah, I like it in between. I know, Seven, I know. Crash, really? I will just commit to just DBD, but I wanted to see if we can get a thing first. Some sort of, Where's the boiler suit? I love the bloody hat. You know what's funny? I can't take the hat off him.
Yeah, feeling not
I'm so attached to him in that fucking hat. Okay. Jesus and Randall. Why is Jesus angry
I've got a
still?
lump in my throat.
I do like the vibe, Seven. I do. Hi, Em. How are you, my love? Okay, let's watch someone while I go pee. Oh, what's I haven't seen Elmo out in a while, actually. He's just been inside. Poot's still sad. Chat, what do you guys want before I go? No new characters. We're doing storylines today, Em.
Good
So you're
morning.
safe. Did you see my Labubu yesterday? I think you did. I think you were here
I'm
for that.
feeling a bit wobbly.
What's in your head?
Help
Disco
me clear
balls.
My mind.
She slays.
What a relief. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, you got a disco ball. New outfit for you today. Oh, gamer. Oh, no. Oh, no. I refuse. I'm gonna put you in this today, guys. Oh, you look so good. You look amazing. Disco occasionally. Here's Labubu. Wait, someone get Henry a Red Bull right now. Jesse Pinkman. Alright, let's watch them. Strained?
My temperature's on a collected in Quapulo.
Alright, let's watch.
Carry Toronto.
Oh no. Oh no, what's happening?
Rosandy sack and cheese. Johnny Cornucci.
Rosandy myself for breasts. Johnny Cornucci.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh god.
Halt die Triple Dance von Gott.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, not Peppa Pig and Barney. Great. Honestly,
What's happening to me?
kind of a cute couple.
I look at Barney and my heart skips a beat. These feelings I have for Barney. Could this be love?
You know what? Yes, it's love.
I knew it. This is that love thing everyone's always going on about, isn't it?
God.
I think I want to ask Barney out.
Great.
Well, anyway, Tuesday, Jake Fu, Valentini, Playtram,
Can you imagine their kids, guys? Oh god. Oh god. Alright, I'm going to...
Johnny Cornucci.
But the age difference, I think they're both like 25.
You're a Geo
Just so you know, guys. Just so you know, only adults can fall in love with each other. So I've made everyone like 25. Just so you know, in my universe. They're grown up. Why is she quiver in excitement? I mean, look at him, Axel. Can corrupt the Irwins? Don't corrupt the Irwins. Okay. I'm gonna quickly go grab my stuff. They both wear a mask. Yeah, so the face paint would look cursed. I have added Siggy's goobs, yep. I'll show you my VB I made.
Rosandy cranking hot crazy style. Johnny Cornucci. Rosandy Gert. Johnny Cornucci. Rosandy Noki Noki Cocoa Pop. Johnny Cornucci. Salad and knockers juicy as hell. Wanty Fluty. So in fact, Colin and Sumatru Hassan. Salad Keith. Wanty Fluty. Stephen. Nutty. Seafood and Alphalita. Salad Dan. That bitch juicy. Wanty Fluty.
Sing how pussy toss and fail to Sing how saving animals fail to
Well, salmon chicken is that gorgeous bitch? Rosandy my truffle bread. Johnny Cornucci. Sing me the Rusha. Pumpkin.
Salad and knockers, juicy as hell. Wonky suited. Salad and knockers, juicy as hell. Wonky suited.
Sing hard saving animals failed to weather. Salad keep. Wonky suited. Sing hard talking it failed to weather.
Sing how pussy toss and fail to Hashtag how You're a Geo
Salad keep. Wonky suited. Rosandy my truffle bread. Johnny Cornucci. Stephen. Nutty. Seafood and Alphalita.
Rosandy practicing hot crazy style. Johnny Cornucci. Limping through and here. Chancery Rosandy Noki Cocoa Pops. Johnny Cornucci.
I can tell this is gonna be a tearjerker.
Hey! Marie!
Hi, Barn. Concretely,
Hello, cookbook. I can tell this is gonna be a tearjerker.
well, surrounding now.
Stop not.
Cooking with our cookbook. I'm getting emotional already.
Concretely, rather find that
Can't hold back these tears.
me, I'm not French.
Okay, now. Oh, wait. Who else is he in love with? There's a few love lines. I also have been randomly craving a hot chocolate, so I'm gonna quickly go make that.
Cookbook. I can tell this is gonna be a tearjerker.
Great. Barney ran to tell Mum. Who else? In the fucking morning. Alright, let's watch Barney.
I feel like I heard girls speaking just now.
Who's? Girl. Okay. I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna speed run it. I'm gonna speed run it. Oh my god, Liz, we missed you yesterday. Well, like, we miss Les.
I nearly had it too.
I'm just boiling the kettle. Crazy yesterday, on the tin of the Milo, which is basically Nesquik if you don't know what Milo is, it says serves 50. No way. 25 max. I put so much Milo in my stuff. Yes. Yeah, 50 serves? No way. I put so much Milo in that. No way. Well, I have the bigger tin, Nat, but still. That's one serve. What's Chris doing? I'm just making a hot chocolate. We're playing Tomodachi in between DBD games, and then we're playing Faz after. But I felt like doing multiple games. How are you feeling, Liz? You're much better now, right? Say less, baby. Drink water with a hint of chocolate. I mean, I'm getting some water in, technically. Chris is just chilling. Where's... Oh my god. He just farted. He just farted.
Ooh. I felt a hit of loving vibes just now.
Did
Get
I really
booked.
make the right decision?
Alright, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what came over me. I randomly craved a hot chocolate. Boink, 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 boink. Sarah! You naughty boy. Sarah, something happened last night.
Unleash Louise 22 has gifted a sub to _miserables. Thanks to @Unleash Louise 22 for my sub gift.
Ready up.
46-month Saint Noir.
Thank you, doll. I wanted to tell you this because I was struggling to fall asleep last night, and sometimes this happens with me where I just realized I didn't respond to someone. And I remember you talking about the cards you got. You got some new Pokemon cards, and I think I was so distracted that I didn't respond verbally, but I remember like thinking, oh, cool, in my head. And I literally couldn't sleep last night, and that popped into my head, and I was like, Sarah, shit! Like, oh no! That was so rude of me. Like, I was like, fuck, I forgot to respond to Sarah. Anyway, this is me responding. Thank you so much for 46. Oh my goodness. I know you're like, girl, all good, but I was like, fuck. Me when I edit something from stream as well. Hockey, you got this.
I really
want to give my room a fresh new look.
No, it looks good.
Perfection. This room.
Yes.
Well, I guess we can just leave it as it is.
Sarah, he showed me yesterday. I love it. Oh my god, Nat. The cravings. This is his meth lab. So what we're doing today, guys, for a little bit longer, and then I'll just focus on DBD, but we're playing some Tamagotchi in between DBD queues. There's a whole apple tall. Oh, nice. Wait, what games are you playing, Liz?
Good morning. I'm absolutely ravenous. Starving.
Oh, yes. It's so funny because... Oh, wait. Goobs, if you're still here, this is my VB. This is my bag of meth. This is my ciggies. I can make the ciggies better. This was early game where I wanted to put a penis on it, but I gotta make a better, yeah, I gotta do the ciggies better.
Oh my.
Will Peppa Pig like a VB? Oh, she did! Surprising. Oh. Great. Excellent.
I've totally fallen for Barney.
No. How old is she in this game, actually? Let's see. I don't know. Did I make her 25? Oh, she's 18. I might bump that number up, actually. She's 25. I did, Henry. I did.
Lake Titicaca.
Mikey! 4 days!
Hakuna.
Oh my god.
Tatas.
Now she's your age. Perfect, Goops.
Mikey just resubbed for 63
Lake
months.
Titicaca.
63? Well, go damn.
Hakuna.
Carla, I'm getting married in 4 days.
4 days! Oh my god! Thank you for 63 tier 3. That's ridiculous. Thank you, doll. Oh my god, how you feeling? Oh, what's this?
Hey, do that thing.
Oh.
You know the one.
Oh. She's in love with Slender Man.
If only we could be sweethearts.
You can! It's not too late. Where's Slender Man? Go say hello to your gal. Oh my god, Liz, I was like, girl. Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, good morning, Slenderman.
Well, that's law accurate. No, come on, fall in love with Labubu. Please. We need this. The accent's so funny. I love how I didn't pick up on it until Chris was like, wait, something's different. Can Steve please ask her out? What's taking so long?
Ah, there goes Terry Owen, the love of my life.
Steve Owen. Ha yeah.
Oh, morning.
Sorry about my sneeze. Why am I so sneezy in the mornings? Randall! Imagine if Randall broke up with Roz. That'd be crazy.
Good morning.
What's up, babe?
I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
Yes! Trace, yes! Bloody hell, yes!
Oh my.
What's up, babe? Oh my god.
I speak with my outdoor voice. I speak.
Lashes out. Oh. What's he gonna do about it? It's crazy. Oh, I still like what... Yes. Randall's a completely different character now.
I feel a bit more like myself.
We found a game.
Damn, that good's juicy. Oh, beg your pardon? I was just talking to myself.
Sorry? Didn't ask. Didn't ask. Randall. Randall. Come on. Come on. Thanks, Seven. I learned the hard way. No, Goobs, that was the first creation I did, and it's so bad. Good comms, good comms, good comms. Sexy Pyramid Head. Guys, I wanted to play so many games today that I said I'm doing both at once. You know? I thought it was better to put it in DBD than Tomodachi since I'm probably playing more of this. But YOLO. And then I really do feel like Faz, if you guys are keen. Henry, you know how you were feeling sleepy before? Did Liz being in chat give you a burst of energy? Because it gave me a burst of energy. Pudge. I love Pyramid Head. It was very cute, Liz. We were playing Faz end of stream yesterday, and we're like, we miss Les. Okay. I want to get like a good... I want to escape a survivor today too. Where could they be? Pudge, real. Real. No. Do not apologize, doll. No sorries. Okay, there's one. I can hear the noise. Ooh, nice. Gotcha, girl. Wait, what type of gambling can you do? I was trying to convince the guys, because we want a friend slot, but we all are addicted to Tomodachi. So they were like, oh, if we do something, we have to make it special. But any money, we're gonna not play again. We'll play next week. Was real. Real. Yeah, the online play would be fun. I feel like I've lost all these gens. Do you reckon someone's in here? Oh! That's really nice for me. Thank you, doll. I needed that. Konami! Hello! Currently on the floor with slots, roulette, blackjack, and a wheel of fortune. Oh, shit. How many people can, join? You share a... Oh. 4. Ah, nice. Ooh, nice. I fell for it. I'm falling for it every time. I want to play it now. Oh! I'm missing my shots, but that's okay. I know my bonus stream I did the other day has made all my days mix into one. I'm like, what day is it? Everyone wants to help me, wants me to help them get to Eerie 1. I'm such a solo queue. I don't know what to do. I always run Botany Knowledge or a healing perk of some kind, because that will help you heal them quicker. I bring Lithe to help me in a chase, because you might be taking chase for them. I'm missing all my shots, but honestly, if you just work together as a team, you can help each other for sure. Because like, even though you can help them, they still have to be good in chase. They still have to do gens and stuff. But as long as they're doing totems, chases, healing, they're so good. I've missed all of my shots. It's actually crazy. What else do I run when I'm doing Ash to Eerie? I'm trying to think. I just love healing. Like, Botany's just so good. You know? No, it doesn't go across there. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna go back to that gen. Kim!
Thank you for the sub.
Oh my god, hello!
Put your
60.
ass away, child.
Holy
Kimpanini
shit.
just subscribed. Carl's Kermy love, Carl's Kermy love, Carl's Kermy love.
Carl's Kermy love for real. Oh, I just want to hear it once. I'm missing all my shots. Oh my god. How are you, doll? Ah. Perfect. All I wanted to hear it was just the one noise. That's like 59, but one more month. Yeah, what am I supposed... You're meant to yap. What the hell? I love blackjack. Ouch. That hurt my sword. Oh my god. Sarah. Mamma mia. I wonder what my cards are worth now. I was thinking about selling some, but I was like, girl, hold on to them. I know. Listen, I promise I'll rip more in the future. I just cannot afford Pokemon cards. When I was ripping, I could afford them, and I might have gone a bit too hard because I cannot anymore. But One day I will get some because I do miss ripping as well. But it's definitely like a, like ripping is a privilege, you know? So I'm just like, one day we'll come back. I will one day. Rip these nuts. I know you guys get it though. I just gotta focus on like paying my rent and my bills. And just staying afloat. And then once I'm afloat again, I will do a whole rippage party. Rip these nuts. Got him. Got him. Granny! Sarah, exactly. Granny, you were so mad at Jesus earlier. Nat, same. So good. You were so mad at Jesus. You were yelling at Jesus before. You were pissed. We're playing Tamagotchi in between DBD and you were absolutely pissed off. It was so funny. You were so mad. You guys had you guys had fisticuffs. How was your stream? Did I hear about a new baddie entering the villa? What happened? I saw someone leave. Where did they go? Aha. Our most dramatic day yet? What happened? Love triangles everywhere. Huggy Wuggy arrived and immediately fell in love with me. Oh, of course. Of course he did. What the hell? Of course. Bloody love everywhere. We ended it very gaily. I just can't believe we spawned in and you were just fighting with Jesus. It was crazy. Hey, girly. Oh, she's running. She's running. Oh my god, Jenny just left. Jenny from the block went, I'm fucking out of here. She said, I'm leaving. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. She deserves to get out after that. Oh my god. The hatch hasn't spawned yet though. We're just playing with time. Okay. Surprising. I didn't deserve this. Alright, let's go over here. Playing with these nuts. We gave Wendy Williams a door handle and she held a TED talk about it. Of course she did. Yeah, Anne Frank's over there. Hi, Anne. I don't know where she went. She's over here somewhere. Imagine she gets the hatch. I don't know which one's blood. Oh, nice. Guys, she's gonna have adrenaline. Watch this. No adrenaline. Okay. Yup. What? No adrenaline. Cool. Okay, where's Anne? Phantom? Great. Me when? Hi, y'alls. How are you? Jesus and Granny had a fight. They've made up now. They're close friends again, which is really great. Gosh, she crawled far away, didn't she? Eva, hello. Hello. We're doing Tamagotchi in between DBD because I can't help myself. Lightning in a bottle. I need is to be. I didn't deserve that win. That was not good. Oh my god, this is the old build I used to do. Wait. 3 minutes? Yeah, right. I'll believe it when I see it. Hi Trippy. How are you, doll? Hello? Wait, Megan Thee Stallion is there? Yeah. What's wrong with me? Yours, I'm good, doll. I just felt like playing a million games today, so I'm doing that. I'm playing DBD and Tamagotchi at the same time. And then I'm gonna be playing Faz. Screw it all to hell.
I'd like to express my appreciation to Jizzes.
Great idea.
What should I say?
I got just the thing. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Wow. 3 elite games. Perfect.
Wow, nice shaft, King. Let's do this.
Let's do this, babe.
Jizzes, I have something I want to say to you.
Huh. This seems out of the blue.
Wow, nice shaft, King.
Child of God, you're the only one who would ever think to say something like that to me. Thank you. Amen.
Amen to that. I don't think so, Liz. I think that's tomorrow, but
Wow.
I'm keen.
That really meant a lot to me.
Aww. I don't want to romance Christ. We're best friends, but... No, you being nicknamed Child of God, listen. He loves me. Oh, okay. Liz, I imagine if I did, though. That would be amazing. Imagine if Australia got everything early. I'd be like, yep. I'd love to check it out tomorrow, though. You should go say hello to Carl's, Chris. But, in saying that, maybe I do a stream tonight. Who's to say? Who's to say? Oh, Chris is just eavesdropping. Okay, wait.
Ta-da. Hey, doll. Hey. Tamperific.
Kiss me right now. Whom's to sayeth? Yeah, I'm either doing tonight or tomorrow night. I'm trying to think what's the best thing to do. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, maybe I do tonight because I was thinking I have a doctor's appointment on my Thursday, your Wednesday night. So if I start late and have to finish early, then we're doing a small stream. But if I stream tonight and I start a little bit later tomorrow, then that's fine. You know? So I was thinking of doing a stream tonight. It would probably be, I reckon, DBD and Faz? Do like a combo? Right. Thanks, Striker. You're my god! Yeah. How do you use your Switch on top of your DBD? Oh, I got a game. This is, I have an Elgato capture card right now. Tammy, yeah. So that's how I'm doing that. So DBD's open with Steam and then I have my Elgato capture capture card on top. You're just feeding us, guys. YOLO, DBD pop, DBD pop. Well, actually, it is. If I stream tonight, guys, that is the holy trinity of feeding, because I did a bonus stream Sunday. So it was already going to be 6 streams in a row. So if I do this, it will be 7. So we actually are eating. We are eating. We're eating so good. Also, once it gets to a point where there's no storylines left, I'll just switch to DBD entirely and do some looping. I'm moist. You're telling me, babe. I gotta change. I'm joking. Nat, I've been a bit naughty. Whoopsies. The update comes out 2 hours before I get home. Ooh, okay. Because, yeah, if I don't feel absolutely exhausted tonight, I want to stream until whatever time this morning. And then I'll go to bed and start 9-10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Wait. Ronch Goblin, I thought you was someone else because of the goblin in your name. Hi, baby. And then I was like, wait, don't be silly. Oh my god, I'm so juicy. I'm so juicy right now. Well, someone's getting chased over there. Nice. Get that a lot, actually. I'm so sorry. You just have a really good username. Hey. No, for sure, Abs. For sure. Look, absolutely worst case, if I feel tired later, then I'll do a stream tomorrow night and I'll just do a shorter stream Thursday. Because even if I did a shorter stream Thursday, I've still done heaps of hours. You know what I mean? So it really doesn't matter to do a smaller stream. It's okay. So either way, we're good. So you'll either see me tonight or tomorrow night. I'll just suss out my vibes. Our dear Temtum. For reasons, Tammy, you're not feeling well. It's okay, babe. I get it. Chilla, hello, doll. Oh, I can't hit her over there, over this. Nice. I want to try and get them so bad. In DBD, Trippy? Ooh, like... nearly 7,000? I'm not proud of it, but I did stream it full time for a few years. So it's really easy to rack up hours. At least 2. Hi, Idon. You must whip it. Whip it good. Did someone say rack? Yeah. Ooh, I should have whipped it. Hey, girl. Hey, girly. Ooh, that's gone off. Oh, I can't make it in time. Oh my god, they're working on gens. Holy shit. I wouldn't say I'm super comfortable. Nemesis. But I do love playing him. I'm not amazing at him, as you can tell. But I love it. Sorry. Oh! Oh! Nice. Not me moving my head IRL. I think are the most bad with. Ooh, there's a lot. I can't understand Billy's turning. I don't know why. Like, it really, like, I just can't turn with him. And all the newer killers, my brain just hurts playing them. But I know if I put my mind to it, it'd be fine. But Billy and Oni, there's something about them that my brain can't. I hold my breath. What about you? Oh no, oh no. Flashlight, flashlight, flashlight. Oh, okay. This game is lost. Oh wait, I have pop. Holy shit. Yeah, tilt. I tilt all the time. I just really like playing Nemi because of his punches. They feel really nice. And I just feel like playing Killer. Even though I lose most of my matches, I'm like, yeah! I used to main Killer a few years ago. And then I just stopped. Because I like playing Survivor because I can talk more to chat. But I'm just trying to practice talking and killing. Because I really like the noises. Hey, girl. I would probably lick it, Beef. And then I would maybe tickle my enemies. Oh, Prom. To be fair, Killer's really hard. Like, on controller especially. Like, you're doing the most. Henry! Oh my god, girl. You kill me. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly why I removed it. Because I would go so hard on it that I would feel like I'm gonna lose. I'm passing out. Wait, Liz. I'm about to go crazy right now. No, do what you need to do, doll. Wait, chopped in a bad way? No, I used to do everything, yeah. And then it got to a point where I went a bit too hard on Nurse once. And because I had my voice changer. That's why it was so easy for me to do it, because I would change my voice a little bit. Oh, man, they have to fix the Go XLR. That was such a good piece of equipment. But using the big Go XLR actually fucked with my PC. It like, it makes me crash 10 times more. I hate it. What's the theme? That's a crazy whip. Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Oh my god. Gotcha, girl. Wait, what? What happened? Costume art. Oh. Interesting. Close enough. Hey, girlies. Oh, I got her back. Ooh. Gotcha, girl. I hardly get a basement bubba. I wish, though. I would love to. But the style is where art is fashion. That could be a fun one. Look, here's my thing. I love basement bubbas. I like basement trappers. I love the thrill of trying to outplay it, because you can, but you do need a team to do it. But I love it. I think it's so fun. A lot of people would disagree, and look, I'm sure it would get annoying if you had it every single game. But yeah, he is schlorpy. That's such a great word to describe it. Okay, I need to... Oh, I want her so bad. Oh, it's just another pallet. Oh! Oh, shit. Oh, someone has a flashlight. Fuck. Oh, they came out of nowhere. They were like, hey, girl, check out this. Check out my flashlight. Normal. You have to get to tier 2 though. Oh, I didn't get it? Crazy. Let me at him. That flashlight's gonna run out of battery soon. Nice. It's probably too late. Oh, there's someone running over there. Hey, girl. Oh my god, there's so much happening right now. Feral chat tonight. This is so refreshing. Guys, it's Feral Chat Tuesday. If that worked, I would have honestly yodeled. They got down by a zombie. Yes, bitch. Yes. Thank you. Oh, there's the other girlie. Thank you for your service. I needed that. Fair. All right, let's go. Nemi's fun with... I think I might play another Nemi game. I like the noise. Honestly, it's just noises for me. I like the sound of the boom. You know? Oh my god, the bot. The bot. The bot Kobe. That's so funny. Oh my god. True. Yeah, the squelch. Kyle, you took the words right out of my mouth. GG. Honestly, I thought I was gonna lose that one. I don't really patrol gens very much. I'm very bad at like that. I just don't care. Oh, 5k. Nice. Nice. Good job. What does that mean? What does that mean? So many hashtags. 38,400, okay. GG's, like. I haven't played Nemi in so long. They probably called me super pretty. And it got blocked. Giggle shitter? Whimsy and joy! Giggle shitter is really funny. Played a game yesterday and the game kicked me as soon as I got hooked the first time. Oh no. Yeah, when I get disconnected because of internet or server, I'm like, fuck, it looks like I was so salty. But I'm not, I swear. I'm fine. Alright, let's check in on our Tamadachis. Giggle shit is really good. I'm gonna use that. Terry. Any love yet? Oh, I want a love line so bad. I might just commit to DBD soon. Because I do want to play. I want to play more Killer and some Survivor games. So I might hang up the Tamagotchi. Oh.
I love Barney.
Yeah, she's in love.
I love Barney.
My friend was known as the giggling shitter when he was working.
I feel a bit unsettled for some reason.
What's wrong? No. No. Don't you dare. No way in hell.
Sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going.
Don't. Don't.
No, don't apologize. It was my fault. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm
No!
perfectly
I
fine.
want him to fall in love with Jessie!
Oh, good. I'm relieved neither of us got hurt. Well, goodbye then.
Oh, shit.
Whoa. What's that person's name? So she's called Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig. Just saying it is like poetry.
I'm pissed.
When I say Peppa
Shut up,
Pig's
Walter.
name, my heart skips a beat. Is this what they call love?
Yeah, she is 25 in my universe, just so you know. Adults only fall in love with adults. I kind of want to press love just for the plot, but Peppa Pig loves Barney, and I want her to fall in love with Barney. But also, I want to deny it because what the fuck? But also... Well, I'm gonna say it must be love.
I want to have a
But
whirlwind romance with
she's gonna
Peppa
fall in love with
Pig
Peppa.
and
I mean,
live
with Barney.
happily ever after.
They're not gonna be together. I won't be having it. Where's Barney? Barney, fall in love with Peppa. That's crazy. Barney, come get your gal.
Hey, Peppa Pig.
Hi, Barney.
Hey, I'm not rich. Yeah, feeling
Fall in love. I'm gonna follow you. You can fall in love. And look, Poot's still upset. Like, grow up. Grow up. Okay, what's Randall dreaming about now? It's the same three people
Ready,
he dreams about.
set. Huh?
He always dreams
Can't
about
believe-
them. Also, why haven't you proposed to Roz?
What can I do for you?
Like, what's up? Wait, who does Pitbull like? Oh, Fergie. Fergie rejected Pitbull. Gordon Ramsay, Slenderman, Labubu. Not good. Tragic, I know. Do you fancy them as well? Oh. Perfect. I know just the thing. Oh, this feels good. Oh, not that. I want to get a forest, but I gotta wait. It just fits his vibe. I know what I'm gonna get him. I think they hate it. Wait, I can either make him float or I can do this. I'm gonna give him creepy voice, even though he already has a creepy voice. Hello, David. I'm gonna switch fully, I think, soon. But I've been playing in between games. Because I am a naughty little gal.
I loved her.
Aww.
Terry Owen, I'm mad about you.
Well, ask her out.
Terry Owen, I'm mad about you.
I will, Mikey, when I'm having a creative day, I am going to definitely just make a bunch of characters. For sure.
I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
I love my Labubu so much. I'm gonna give them a burger.
Oh my.
That's one of my favorites. I'm so glad I put the tag on as well. I think she's really cute. Yippee! The Laboob's cute. Gordon Ramsay? Gordon Ramsay, what do you want? I'm so upset I don't see a pink bubble. No, Em, that's not gonna happen. It can't.
Freak, please go out with me.
Wait, who's Freak?
Huh.
Jesus.
I didn't quite catch that.
Please go out with me.
He's in love with Jesus?
Go out with you. Of course. It is pretty stuffy in here. Some fresh air would do me good. That is what you meant, right?
Gordon loves Jesus?
Wait, what? Why am I getting rejected in my own practice run?
Oh. I forgot Gordon fell in love with Jesus. My bad. It appears I made a mistake. Alright, where's the lamb sauce? Mikey, he said that to his face. Oh wait, let's check the supermarket.
Welcome.
Oh, sports drink.
Thanks for shopping with us.
God, the pineapples are expensive.
Welcome. Every monster costume now half price.
That looks like Sully,
You're lucky
basically.
there isn't a queue today.
I'll make Sully one day.
Cheers. See you later.
That's basically Sully.
Make sure to stop by again tonight.
What the hell? Oh my god, that's so cute. Shoot, I need him to propose to Elmo. Oh wait, no. I want them to have another baby.
Oh, Elmo, sweetie.
Sweetie.
Tim, baby.
Stuffy. That.
Alright. Are they ever gonna get married? Unhappy! Roz is unhappy!
Oh, Rosal.
Randy, baby.
Oh no. That might turn into a breakup.
Was J Baby really the right move?
Yes. Oh no. She's regretting it. They'll get a combo of the parents.
I may have underestimated you.
She's regretting it. She's regretting it, and as she should. Oh, Chris is home. Am I around? Poot deserves it. Elle, thank you for your watch streak, doll. Oh, Granny's here?
Ha! Mercy Twinks. Sorry, had to get that out of my system.
Okay, girl. Chris, not true.
I made up with Jesus. I think I'll make an effort to keep things good between us this time.
Sure you will, girl. Sure you will. I'll believe it when I see it. Hi, Mike. I want a love bubble so bad.
Oh yeah. The sea.
We're in a
it's so
game.
blue. The sea.
Lexi. Hello. I was in the hospital room. Mike, then don't. YOLO. Don't go. Okay. So no love at the moment. Well, I really want, like, I want Terry to ask out thingy officially. Where is that? The fuck is that? Slow news day. Slow news day. God damn it. I should probably change my build, but I'm not going to. Screw it all to hell. Screw it. Chris, how are you, doll? Hello? What are you doing? Talk to me. Oh, no. Have you had some milk? Oh, my arms are so sore from working out the other day and I did nothing. I don't know why it's so sore. Oh, Chris, real. I have to do that after stream today. I'm going to try and be brave. And I'm gonna do housework. I gotta put on a good song and it'll take me 30 minutes. I'm gonna move that chat. Okay. Alright, let's go. I got my juicy tentacle. Hey, girl. Just trying to get my tear up. Oh, Elle, no, you got none? I cleaned mine the other day, Elle, and I was like, ugh. Em, I'm juicy. Juicy as hell. I'm good, Chris. Just a little bit sleepy, but I'm good. Okay, I'm not gonna get to this in time, but... Oh, the zombie helped me. Perfect. I should just punch him. Oh, I didn't get him. My tentacle not long enough. There's a boon there. Alright, now we have that, which is good. I'll let him finish that gen, because I'm a nice guy. And I let them finish that gen too, because I'm super lovely. I'm a really nice guy. Oh, I nearly got her head. I might lose a third gen because I'm fucking around too much. Oh, I got her ass. Okay, I gotta leave. I gotta leave. I gotta go. You naughty boy. Nice.
Tammy_RN has gifted a sub to Ella Rob.
Oh my god. Thank you. Elle, you got absolutely sniped. Tammy, thank you. That's so nice. Thank you, doll. That's really lovely. And Mikey, get some sleep, doll. And Trace. Oh, she's coughing. I'm feeling the pressure a little bit. I need to get another hook. Tama DBD. Oh, that's fun. Nice. Night doll. Thank you for hanging. Tama dead by Phasmo. Exactly. Nice. Nice one. Alright, where is she? Alright. Need to get more hooks. Hi, Lise. How are ya? I think he's around. I gotta go over here. Because I wasted so much time earlier. I think Tammy's at work, Crash. Tomorrow, though. They're up here. Oh, they're around here again. I gotta go back here. So much pressure. Gotta get them to use the vaccines. I'm gonna keep the zombie here. I love how we're all just playing around this one chair. Oh my god. My brain. Oh my god, where do they hide? That's so funny. Ooh, nearly got them. What the hell? I think they're all going to be out of the injections soon, which is good. Injections? Cass, how are you, doll? This is a really hard one for Nemesis. It's just impossible. What? You're joking. What do you mean? my god. Another gen's about to pop. Oh, there's two. Oh, that's done. There's two on there. Oh my god, the pressure. I have to give them credit. The pressure they're putting on me is nuts. Oh my god. Like, GG. But I don't think they can heal themselves, which is good. Well, they can't. I think the infection is like, I don't think they have any things anymore. I have to. There's so much going on. My brain's like, the moans. Nice. Okay, someone's probably here, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. They were in fact there. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. That's funny. Mamma mia. Alright, I'm gonna go back over there. I'm gonna ignore... The Jane is on Death Hook, but... Nice. I'm gonna go over here. Oh no. I think I just wanted to force the pallet, I think. Got so fast around a rock against Nemesis. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna go over here. Did they get them over here? Yeah, nice. That's huge. Huge for me. Thank you very much. Oh, actually... What's the most... over there is actually. What the hell? Damn. Ooh. The zombies creating... I don't want to chase for too long. So I'm gonna go back here. And see what's happening. I feel like I need more zombies though. Where are my zombies? Oh, I did kill a couple. That's our little secret. I feel like they're hiding. Oh yeah. Hey. The zombies chasing him. Another zombie? There's another zombie. Oh my god. Yep. That's so funny. Someone's gonna get this save. John, hello. I knew it. As soon as I was like, they're gonna do this, Jen. Oh my god. How are you feeling, doll? They're already on. Where are they? I think they're over here. Oh my goodness. They're coughing. They're coughing. I'm gonna go over here. Oh my god. Honestly, they deserve this win. They pop the hell off. I can't lie to you. They popped so hard that I can barely breathe. Ah, my hand. Designer uterus. Yup. How exciting. Hungry from fasting? Oh god. Oh, stupid fasting. Just remember, you're my goat. What's your first meal you're gonna have? Do you have your favorite thing ready? That's interesting. Designer uterus. JJ. If I could get it, ramen. Oh. Ramen. Yum. I had ramen, or I was going to get ramen the other day. But I was like, it doesn't have, they don't usually have the broth that I want. And by what I want, I mean the exact same broth I had in Japan, which I can never replicate anymore. I don't, it's honestly bad that I had ramen in Japan, because now nothing will ever compare. Why did I do that to myself? You know what I mean? Why did I do that? Some slutty nudes. Jesus is upset. Well, I don't know if he's upset. Oh. Don't worry about it.
You're looking chipper. Color.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm feeling good.
Peckish. Feed me, please.
Sure thing, doll. I have just the thing.
Oh my.
He loves it. He enjoys it.
I had a good laugh at the story Child of God told me about, saying, wow, nice shaft king. Amen.
Guys, he loves me. Okay, cheeky 3-stream streak, doll. Okay. Whoopsies. Yeah, Cass, I'm just popping on in between. I will close it fully soon because I don't think my love story is going to happen today. But we were playing a little bit in between, yes. Because I couldn't help myself. But I will do some looping as well, so we can yap. Because I was in bed this morning and I was like, oh shit. Like I just felt like playing everything, you know? Like I want to play Faz as well today. Those are my games. I wanted to play all three.
I'm the one who knocks.
Talk
I
to
want
me.
to eat something so sour that my face won't ever stop puckering.
I can give you some VB. Or do you want, how about some meth?
Oh my.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh, maybe I didn't make it sour. My bad. I'm not gonna make Poot feel better because they don't deserve it. What's wrong with chat? What's wrong, guys?
Huh?
Talk to me.
Hey, good afternoon. I really want to give my room a fresh new look.
Fine. So Poot randomly 7 when I want to break up with Jesus. So she broke up with Jesus and now she regrets it. Henry,
My room
yeah.
looks-
We're so back. Crank that hog. Perfect. I gotta queue up. No, that's okay, 7. You're fine. Yeah, I purposely didn't, but I will in a sec because the queues might have gone up. But I appreciate the heads up as well. You're my goats. I need to chug this Red Bull now so I don't stay up all night. Oh no! Chug it! Fuck me, Terry. True, John. True. You're right. You're right.
Crank that hog? Yes, saying that is so me.
It's so me.
I feel like wearing my nicest outfit.
You are in your nicest outfit, babe. You are. Okay, let me ready up. We won't do Survivor because I'll be insta-queue. I kind of want to play a Trapper even though I know I'll lose it. Or maybe Jump Scare Wraith because that's a fun time. We do say crank that hog a lot. A lot. Wait, what's in here?
Welcome.
Oh, we bought it. Oh, it's a weekly special.
Please come again.
Oh, okay. Got you. And by we, I mean me. True.
Huh. Hello.
Hello.
My top's looking way too clean. Got any noodles I can slurp?
I don't think we have noodles. Oh, we do.
Oh my.
Crazy comms though. Wild comms. I gotta get him to say bitch.
This is based on absolutely nothing, but how you feel?
Girl. Alright, we need Roz to... Oh no, what's wrong with Roz?
Ooh,
Not by Randall, right?
did you want anything from me?
She's unhappy with Randall, guys.
I got the teensiest.
Oh, it's Homer. Okay. Oh my god, proud. I want to start rewatching it. I am starting another season of The Traitors first. Because I'm obsessed with it. It's the best to watch. Where's Randall? Go get your man, babe. She's unhappy with him. That's crazy.
Gah. Ha. Oh, Randy baby.
Rosal. Salai wow, nice shot.
Should Chris talk to Labubu?
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Sure.
I'm Chris Melberger.
Lovely to meet you, Chris Melberger. I'm Labubu.
They've met. Wait, freedom both though. Both.
Nice to
Sure.
Natural colors are so calming. Talking it is so powerful.
Sure.
Great. All right.
Reminds me of the great outdoors.
Oh, good for them. Yeah, it would be romantic as hell if Chris and Shan got married in game. We need that. I'm gonna have a day. Next time I play Tamagotchi, I'm gonna have a day where I have a list or bring the wheel back out or whatever, and I'm gonna create so much. It's gonna be like a creating day. Just back to back creations. Wait, Greg, Rich. Barney, can you fall in love with Peppa Pig? Damn it. Oh, he can't be hurt because of the face paint.
Nothing.
Morgan! My goat! Damn it.
Peppa Pig looks like a avocado. For real?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. No, not this. Don't. No. No.
Are you alright? Well, I'm glad you're not hurt.
Gran!
Who knew Granny's gaze could be so passionate?
What?
I want her to look at me with those piercing eyes forever. Are my feelings for Granny love?
What the hell? I have to message Gran right now. What the fuck?
I was captivated by the kindness within
What?
Granny's gorgeous eyes.
Hi, Glam.
If I could only be together with Granny and gaze into those eyes every day.
I thought Peppa Pig was about to fall in love with me, and then... Oh, shit. Oh, great. I did not think that was gonna happen. At all. What? I want Barney to fall in love with Peppa Pig.
Good afternoon, Peppa Pig.
First Jesus, now Granny?
Sit back for a tent.
Maybe if I follow Barney around for a little bit, he'll fall in love with her.
I'm not rich. Time for a
I feel like I heard Terry speaking just
no,
now.
I'm feeling a tad nip.
Sushi. That. Kutslosi.
Flank.
I can't believe this.
Stopnot. Mulan. Yeah.
Out of everyone, it's Granny. That's so funny. Gravy. Yes. Oh, I'm in a game. Holy shit. Oopsies. Oh my god, I can't believe that. I'll probably play Faz within the hour, I think. Ish. I want to play some Survivor games before I go to Faz. Oh my god, I can't believe that. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, they left. Perfect. Why do they leave? Oh my god, I'm left with no one! What the hell? Hello? Anyone? Mrs. Palmer Ward! I'd like to get down now. Anyone at all want to play with me? Anyone at all? I'll wait. Am I bugged now, or is someone gonna join? What'd you I didn't say anything, Taxi. Hi, doll. Hi, zombie. I like to get down now. Pixel, I can't believe that happened. Thank you so much. Happy. Are they gonna join, or... I don't know if this is bugged or not. I swear people usually join still, but... I don't know whether to get out or not. Yeah, they probably had to check on their islands. You're right. You're right. Any second now. All right. Guess I have to leave the lobby. What the hell? Oh? Okay. Walking sim? Okay, okay. I just felt like going for a run, guys. Henry, don't look at that. Whoopsies. I run like that IRL. Yep. Yeah, I mean, not that many at all, if you think about it. Not that many. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. An entire year. You know what's crazy though? If we go to this. We go to this. I want to see something. And this could make my case worse or bad, but let's have a look. So, I'm going to my tracker. Yeah, that's pretty bad, but hear me out. So, stream time. I've streamed 4.1k of it online. So I've still played a lot of it off stream, but that's not the point. Most of it's online. And then we have 1200 Fortnite, 465 just chatting, 195 Arc Raiders, 166 Reaper. My bot's broken? Great. Oh my god. Wait, I read 1,726 days. No, that's perfect. Arc Raiders really fell off. The thing is, I still love Arc a lot. I think it just got to the point where I played a lot of it and I had some interesting games that made me go, oh, I want to break from it. But I do want to play again. And I know when I get back to it, I'm going to be like obsessed. You know? But I do want to, I miss art caps. They're fun. They are fun. Yeah, I still haven't seen the new map. What are they doing? They're not even, they're not even friends. Today?
Wanna do something fun in a bit?
Come fight me, bitch.
Oh, actually, I've got an errand to run. Several errands. In fact, so many errands.
Oh, Jesus hates him.
Oh, maybe another time.
Oh, T.
Speaking of food, eating a bad joint with a crepe is a taste sensation, right?
Hate to be that me, but I nearly choked on a bad joint
when
I was
little.
Now I avoid it like the plague.
Oh, crumbs. Oh, I just had a great idea. Do you fancy some karaoke?
Oh, he doesn't want to.
I'm just itching to show off my falsetto.
Sorry, I can't. I'm washing my hair later.
Oh, it's not for
I kind of feel bad for Randall. He has so much love to give.
Yeah,
so much love to give.
Black. Oh, goodbye. Stankapilla. Did the lateral 10.
Wait. Can Steve and Terry love each other yet? Please. Ramdal. Oh, they're cheering me on? Hell yeah. Oh, we're hanging. Chris hates me, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Can one of you fall in love? Sadie.
Jesse Pink.
How are you, my love?
I'm the one who knocks.
Who knocks?
Good afternoon, Walter White. So, Spilunky.
Your new speckies? Is it in here? Ooh! Okay, pretty girly. I love your speckies. Did you get the same but different color? Or just updated them? Or just bigger? Yes. Krabby. Hello, doll. Sid. Same shape, just bigger.
Hello.
Nice.
Welcome to the home of the Owens.
Thank you. Can you ask Terry out?
I want some plainer clothes.
No.
Something that will allow me to blend into the most boring wallpaper.
No.
Crikey.
No.
I do. Well,
Can you please fall in love with Terry? Like, why aren't you asking her out, babe?
When I told Terry Owen I wanted to live with her, she said yes. Seems like Terry Owen wants to share a home where we can spend time saving animals together.
Oh, I want them... Why aren't they asking them out yet? I'm just waiting for that love bubble to pop up. I'm so impatient. It might have to be tomorrow. And then, what's Barney doing? Aww. Oh, it seems they're swapping embarrassing tales of the times they messed up while jorking it. Hey, we've all been there. He just farted, okay. Cool. Hello, doggo. We're games maxing today. I'm playing this while I'm waiting for DBD. No, I'm not getting that friendship started. Real. Real.
Oh, bye.
Bye. I've got the juice. Probably just wants new clothes. Like, get out of it. Oh. Oh, we have wishes. Oh. Oh, office. Okay, wait. I can make Michael Scott soon. I'll have a creative day where I just make heaps of different characters. DBD hasn't finished. We got kicked out of a queue, so we're in a queue now. And then I'll play some Survivor games. Oh, you were just teasing. I'm like, what the hell?
Don't open your eyes yet. Nearly done.
Line up, guys. Granny loves me. Oh, wait, no, I love Granny.
It's
Shit.
so cozy.
Oh, shit. I know, Striker. I don't know why I forgot that.
Ah, if only we could be sweethearts.
I thought I did like him too. Apparently not. Poot's or still upset. Honestly, Poot is pissing me off. Can I say that? Flash a tit. All I want for today is for Steve and Terry to fall in love. Like, why can't we have that? Yeah, wait, where has Charlie been? Not that I want him. Is Charlie dead? Oh, never mind.
Here are today's uplifting messages.
Ping! Ping, but Poot did something nasty today. Poot broke up with Jesus, and then she's been depressed ever since when she broke up with him. Like, what's up, babe? Pussy. Kyle, Ping, how are you guys? Hello?
Good, Lovato. I'm mad about you.
Oh, there's a big triangle going on.
I love good, Lovato. Good, Lovato. I'm mad about you.
Peppa Pig. I love you.
Fuck's sake.
Lovato. I
Peppa
love you.
Pig. I'm mad at
Guys, grow up. Oh, a DVD game. Alright, when I get back, Terry and Steve better be in love with you. No, not in love. He better ask her out. I swear to God. If not, I'm going to flip my lid. No, she's 25 in the game, Freedom. She's 25. She's grown up. She's 25 in this universe. Although I really want him to fall in love with Jessie. Thanks, Kyle. Yes. We're doing it. Can't believe this. All I want is Steve to ask out Terry today. Is that too much to ask? Also, someone commented on Steve falling in love with Terry. And they were like, you can make them a couple in the game, so it just happens automatically. I'm like, actually, no. When you set them as spouses, that just means IRL. It doesn't mean what happens in the game. Because it took forever for Terry to fall in love with him. But people were like, oh, that's not special. I'm like, that's not the point. The point is they're in love in my universe, babe. Like, just be happy for me. Actually, But most of the comments have been nice. I want to upload Barney and Peppa Pig falling in love together, but I know that people are going to comment on it being like, Peppa Pig's a child, and I'm going to be like, oh, fuck. Adults can fall in love with each other in this game. They're adults. They've grown up. Please. Please. But it is, I can't upload Walter and Peppa because you're kind of right. It looks kind of sussy. But Barney is, they're in the same realm, so I think it makes it less bad. Yeah, let me be parasocial about my pixels. Let me have it. Ping, how was your day? Sexy, tell me everything. Where are they? Henry, we need that though. Oh. Hey, cutie. Peppa, I'm 25. Pig in game. Wait, that's so funny. Imagine if I went that hard for people to understand. Oh, wait. Put a shirt on her? Too late now. They've fallen in love. But imagine she had a shirt on that said, I'm 25. That's funny. Just put the shirt on. I'm a consenting adult. I wish someone went that hard for me. You're telling me, bub. Oop. Girl! That's funny. That noise is so funny. Just squelch. Bing bong! I like oh! Fuck! I love squelching. How dare you? I produced a noise I'm not proud of. Go and do it. The squelch! They won't save you this time. Imagine they do. Through that hole. I would honestly laugh. I'd be like, of course I did that. Me when Oh wait, where are you, King? Thank you. I love when Wraith blocks. I hate it when I get blocked by a Wraith, but when I block someone, it's great. Come on, girl. Ow, that hurt. Foxy, I'm good, doll. How are you? Girl. Ow. They bonked my shit. Okay, I gotta end this chase. Who's here? Ah! I have splinters on my forehead. Ouchies. It's good, doll. Doing a combination of games today? Because I want to play everything. Honestly, that nearly got me. Nearly. Tamagotchi DBD. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Cute fit. Uh-oh. Oh, they're all here. Actually, I gotta get this guy. Fleshlight. God, what a scream. Chill. Chill. Daddy, chill. Hair all over my face. Oh. There we go. I love me a fleshlight, yeah? I don't know if I want to partake. Oh, we could get the pallet down. Oh, I don't want it. Okay. Okay, sure, sure. You know what? I'm gonna go back over here. That's being worked on. Come here, baby. That's down. I think... Oh. I was like, I think Flashlight Man's around, and then I heard him... And then I heard him moan, and I was like, oh, okay, he is here. He's so moany. My God, the noises. Two Jakes moaning together is crazy. I can't see. My God. His name is Henry. This pallet's done, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh, God. Nice. They're patient. I actually want to go into a hole after that. That was painful. I thought I was uncloaking to hit him, and I wasn't. So I was just sat there like, great. 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 Okay, I have to check this middle gen. This middle gen's about to be done. I've just been chasing Jakes all day. Oh, okay, cool. They're probably playing something. Yeah, okay, there you go. They're doing that one. Oh my God. I think this is Jake by daylight. I've just been fixing my fringe and chasing Jakes the whole time. Have you ever thought about maybe I like that? Maybe that's the fun I like to have. Oh. It's not. I shouldn't have done all of that. I just forget about the main objective. I forget about what I meant to do. My bad. You leave right now, Ace. Nice. Listen, call me crazy. Go on. Oh god. Oh golly gosh. Oh my god, what the fuck? They could heal each other. Oh, they just left? Wait. Am I going crazy? Didn't I down him? Wait, what happened there? What happened? They left. Am I being trolled? What happened there? I downed him, didn't I? How did he get up? What? Roll the tapes. Does anyone have a clip? That was weird. That confused me a little bit. He just vanished out of nowhere. Unless I missed something. Oh. I have a clit too. Oh my god. Huh, that was weird. What the hell? I did indeed? Really? Oh honey, honey pie, honey, honey, honey pie. I love this cosmetic so much. Look, I lost fair and square. I'm not doubting that. I just don't know what happened. You downed him over the window. Yeah, but how was he picked up instantly though? No, not that one. The window one, yeah, the window one was fine because I walked away. But with the pallet just then, didn't I down him at the pallet and then he vanished? Oh no, Kate. Fair. Fair. Listen, I get it. I get it. Hi, Sprout. How are you, doll? I was playing Tamagotchi in between, but I think nothing's happening in my game. I think I'll just close it for now and then maybe reopen it later. Because we're not getting the love that I want. They'll fall in love soon. I gotta be patient. Oh wait, yeah. Let me see something. Do you have the timestamp?
What the heck, bro? Be careful.
I want to see. I'm happy to have lost, but my god, the noises. But I don't understand, like, sorry, it's gonna be stream on stream for a second. You leave right now, Ace. No. What happened there? Oh yeah, because he escaped instantly, didn't he? They could heal each other. Oh, okay. It was a hacker. Oh, okay. So I downed him and then he escaped. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better about that game because he probably had subtle hacks the whole time. Am I going crazy? Didn't I down? Perfect. Okay. Insta escape. Downed. Downed. Insta escape. Insta escape. Can I not submit it? Cool. Yeah, because, like, listen. He probably wasn't playing with the other people. I'll just assume that straight up. Like, I don't want to be salty. Because I was happy to leave. I'm happy to lose. But, like, he probably had other exploits. I couldn't chase him at one point. What if he had, like, subtle... He had a flashlight as well. $40 for cheats. Oh, God. Alright, well that makes me feel a little bit better about my loss. that makes me feel a little bit better. Happened. We are winning with this fit. Exactly. True. But isn't it cute? He's dressed up. Okay. All right, now I'm going to focus on Deeps. I actually can't believe that. Okay. I kind of want to get him again. Is that crazy? I'm gonna play a survivor game while I wait. I don't know. I don't know, John. I don't get it. Especially DBD. Like, it's kind of stupid. Sorry. Sorry, I don't mean to be an asshole. But, like, it's DBD. Like, why are we cheating in that game? That's crazy. It's crazy to me. Ooh, while I'm waiting for this lobby, I should reheat my food. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I would rather lose all my killer games. And I low-key do, because I don't check on gens. Like, I'm happy to lose. Then cheat. For what? To insta escape? You can escape, babe. You don't need... I'll let you. True 7. I guess it's hard for me to understand because I don't care. Some also like to be trolls. Yeah, I think it's more so getting someone to react. I just saved 30 cents. Yeah. Well, like, at least we're not giving them what they want. At least my reaction's just silly. You know? Carl Havoc just tried to ask you out, Zell. That's so funny. Wait, did I say no? Yeah, doggo, yeah. I got accused of cheating a few times. Back when Dead Hard was actually good. I would Dead Hard perfectly. And people would be in endgame chat convincing me... accuse me of cheating, like auto Dead Hard. Yeah, true, Nat. True. Yeah. Imagine the two of us went down under. That's so funny. A clip. Is this the Carl Havoc clip, Kawa?
Put your ass away, child.
I'll watch after this game.
I
want to see it though. I want to see it.
I have a gift.
Thank you for 14 doll. I do want to watch it though. I'll provide. Thank you, doll. If you wanted to root. Oh, it's the dog. Great. Kawa, how are you, doll? Thank you. I'm so... Why did I say no? Am I not into him? In 2v8? Oh, God. Girl. Girl. Oh, okay. But he just fell in love with me. Fair. Fair. Kawa, isn't it great? Have you been playing or just watching at the moment? I'm good. I started meds for the first time, so just kind of getting into my groove with that. Doggo, I think so, yeah. Yeah. What have we all kissed on this gen? Yeah, that's fair, Kawa. That's fair. For me, like, even today is a good example. I logged on to Tomodachi to see about my storylines, but I wasn't feeling creative enough to make new people. So I was like, okay, screw it. I'm just going to play whatever I want today, and then when I'm feeling creative, that's when I'll commit to making more people, but, you know. My weapon of choice, John. I'm on, oh, what's it called? Cetraline? Something like that? It's for my PMDD/anxiety. So it's been really nice for my brain just to get some relief. Because it was just not getting better. Yeah, Kawa, it's nice. It's nice. Like, I think I got burnt out more than others playing that game. In-game, in-game. Like, we haven't even been playing Friend Slop because everyone doesn't want to stop playing it, which is so funny. Chris and I are on the same meds. Fine. You can't find me. You can't find me. No, leave me alone. Oh my god, the dog is so clueless. Yeah, no. I feel you, Kawa. Oh no, hives? John, you poor thing. What the hell? Crash! That's funny. Oh, Axel, real. I haven't experienced, we'll see. At the moment, I haven't experienced anything other than tiredness and my psoriasis flaring up a little bit. But I mean, there's still time. Henry! Would you slay you like it, John? Oh wait, Benty, I haven't noticed. Wait, I gotta check it out. Oh, shut. Nice. I'm curious if I'm gonna be staying on this. At the moment, there's nothing crazy enough for me to change. So it takes a full month though. So I'm on week 2. At the moment, it's great, I think. I might need a little increase, but at the moment it's fine. I'll see what she says. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm keen to get some energy back. That's why I feel like I'm struggling a little bit with what I'm playing at the moment. Like, I'm loving streaming, but I get really tired easily. And usually I wouldn't, so that's like a new experience. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh, plus 10. Whee! Miss me, girl. You can't find me.
Find me a rat.
A rat. Sounds like Keto's talking about me. Yeah, she started me off with 25, and I meant to see her on Thursday. So I wonder if she'll suggest more or not, but it'll probably take a full month for us to decide that, I'm assuming. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I needed a pallet. That dog is like, girl. John, good luck, doll. All the best. So proud of you. We'll see you soon. The way she can hear my moans. It's crazy. Lucy! How are you, doll? Good to see you. Oh, I'm gonna be done. Oh, I'm dead. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Nothing I can do here. Adrenaline! Adrenaline! Woo! Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my god, we needed that. Yes, Lucy! Congrats, doll! So good to see you. That's my absolute goat, by the way. Oh, that was cinema. Oh, she can get me here. Oh, no, doesn't care. Lena! Oh, Lena, sorry. I remember I used to help me with the how to pronounce it. Yippee! I'm so happy for you, doll. Yeah. Wait, we did that. We can heal, actually. No, of course. Of course. This brain remembers some things. Oh, shit. Skinny Pete can get the heal, right? Get the save. Oh, Skinny Pete. Oh, got you, Foxy. Got you. But no, I'm so happy for you both. Cuties. I gotta heat up my food after this game. She got Steve. Yippee! Oh, I'll put it in the microwave super quick. Doing well. It's just been a busy bloody year. I know we all agree with that too. Like everyone's sitting here like, girl. Yeah. But going good. Going bloody good. Just felt like playing some DBD today, and then we're gonna do some. Oh shit, Kawa, can I leave? I'm gonna lose my place in the queue for it. Fuck it. Screw it all to hell. Yes, please. I gotta get my food anyway. I gotta eat. Yes, can I have the clip, please? The way I just left my fridge open. I am the worst. Yeah, it's been busy. I know you know that with your love. Okay, let's go.
Imagine the two of us went down under.
Crazy.
I'm sorry, but the answer's no.
Why do I sound like that? Why do I sound like that, bro? That's so funny. That's hilarious. I would say at the moment, Trippy, both. I technically have more hours on Survivor now, but there was a time years ago where I would main Killer. I'm very sing-songy. Do I like anyone, Carl? That was Carl Havoc from I Think You Should Leave. Which Chris did amazing. All right, let me get my food. That's so funny. My crush is on the spirit? No way. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, did you hear that? No! I was like, I hope they don't hear this. That's really funny. Oh no. Oh my god. I have like a beef and rice bowl and I always add sour cream. And I was trying to get the sour cream off the fork, which is why I was clamoring. But it wouldn't come off. That was so funny. How embarrassing. I want to do trap up, but I know I'm gonna lose. But I mean, what's new? Let's go. Look at my ass. Loaded potato skins. I would do anything for loaded potato skins. What the hell? Mm. 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 Oh my god, please. Hand it over. Mm. I tried to behave and do some meal prep because all I've been eating on stream, which is fine, is sandwiches. But I'm like, now that I'm on these meds especially, I want to try and put something nutritious in my body. Trying. So, yes, this is my stream lunch. Because, as you guys know, sometimes I get into bad habits where I skip lunch altogether. Purely because I'm having so much fun. And then I end stream and I'm like, why do I feel dizzy? I'm like, girl, you gotta stop doing that. So, I've been much better with it. Because it wasn't on purpose either. It wasn't on purpose. And I was like, yeah, that's bad. That's a bad habit. My bad. Lucy. Real. Real. It'd be like that. Bossy. Also, I feel like it's not 9 minutes. That's why I'm just staying in the queue talking. I can't believe we had a hacker. That's so rare for OCE servers. Sorry guys, I'm having a great time. I'm nervous for my doctor's thing, but not in a bad way. I'm just like, I feel more confident going into this one. Because if you don't know what happened when I went, it was so funny. I knew this was going to happen because it's been hard for me to talk to a doctor about it. Because every time I've tried, I've, you know, their reaction's weird or I feel discouraged. So I was really excited to go to this one, but I was nervous. And I was like, okay, Carla.
I think this is one of these moments.
Pause. Rowan!
I think it's a good. Okay.
There's my goat. Hey, your throwback 90s photos were so great. Hi, guys. Hello. We are playing some DBD. And then we're playing some Phasmophobia. I'm just having a little lunch break. And I'm eating some beef and rice. That emote, Rowan, for fuck's sake. How are you? Have you played Tamagotchi yet? I feel like you would do really well on that game and come up with cursed stuff. Yeah. I mean, I can tell. You looked like you were in one. That was so funny. I saw that in public. I was like, wow. Hi guys, though. We're having a chill little stream. I'm playing some DBD. Are you still playing Ark? I haven't touched it in a while. Whoopsies. Uh-oh. My bad. Ooh, Jules. Hell yeah. I have to boot it up. I have to boot it up. Is the new map nice? It's been a while. I really wanted to do this expedition. I'm actually shocked at myself that I haven't. Although they did extend it, right? Oh, wait. It's probably done soon. Crash, thank God. Enjoy your shower. Do what you need to do though, doll. Please don't let me stop you. But thank you for the raid. Perfect timing while I'm eating my lunch. Great new gadgets. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm gonna go. Look, I had a feeling. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. You're the best. And so funny. You should go blonde again. I'll see you next time. Have a good week, doll. Guys, if you don't make noise while you eat food, you're not eating. Rowan kills me. Rowan is so funny. What a man. That's my goat. That's my absolute goat. Henry, I do this thing, and it's so bad. It's like this habit that I got into that someone called me out for. When I'm not really enjoying food, I say, that's interesting. And I didn't realize I did it to the point where now I hear myself. I say, that's interesting. That's interesting. But you'll get a dance and moans from me if I'm enjoying it. It is 1:20 p.m. Yeah. Little boogie. Oh yeah. I put some hot sauce in my when I was cooking the beef. I feel rejuvenated. 4:20? Oh my god, it's so early. Good morning. I still can't believe I rejected Carl Havoc. Although I do believe it too. Imagine if I said yes. Peach and mango. Yeah. Wow. To maintain that sleeper build? True. I love that people think I have a sleeper build. It cracks me up. I mean, I'll take it. It makes me laugh. Finish your sleep for some reason till early hours of the morning. Fair. That used to be me for a hot minute. I feel so much better after that. I have a sleeper build? That's so funny. Stop. Sleeper build cracks me up. People started saying that when I was in New Jersey. We were on Chris's stream, and I don't know what we were doing. We were doing something. And Carla was like, no, the chat was like, wait, you have a sleeper build. You know what's so funny and what I love with all my heart? Now, I love everyone, so this is not like a negative thing to anyone else, but I'm just going to shout out the gays real quick. I post for them because when you see me post a photo, if you look at the comments, it's so like, it's so great. Like, it's such a great comment section. It's the best. I love it. Hello, thank you for the raid. How are you feeling today, doll? Are you feeling better? How are your games? Hello. The gays, not the gays. No, yes. Not Z-E-Y-S. But my comments are so like, they're the best. It's so great. And if I look at my Instagram, I'm pretty sure that my audience is, oh God. What have I done? Thanks, Lucy. That's really cute. Who is that? Who that is? That's so funny. Dobby. That's so good. Oh my god. But yeah, I love it. Hi, Grace. I love it. The comments are so like, they're so great. I stay winning. Yup. Yup. Definitely. 7. Thank you. That's really sweet. That was the first time I really wore anything. I didn't think it was cut like that when I put it on, just so you know, but that was the first time I like properly went to the, oh, this is fucked. Not this map. My ass looks good though. Thought you were British for a sec. That's so funny. Thought I was British. They're already on a gen. Wait, I'm gonna do this. Oh, they're here. Oh no. What are the games today? What are we doing here? The games have been so weird. Okay, both totems done? Shut up. Both totems done instantly? Now, I hate this, but it's only because I had a hacker before. Everyone seems so sus now. What do you mean both totems instantly? What the hell? Okay. They're very short. Oh my god, they're all... oh god. They're not sus. It's just because I had a weirdo. Someone's here. Oh god, I feel it. You naughty boy.
Tammy_RN has gifted a sub to Jaded
wait!
Thanks at Tammy_RN for my subby. Happy 40 doll. This message is a little diff cause I wanted to say Ty for being one of the PPA that pushed me to go live 2.5 years.
2.5 already? Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Sorry, it stopped saying it. I'm so proud of you. That went so quick. Oh my god. I'm so damn proud. Thank you so much for 40 months as well. We're really doing it. Thank you, doll. And I'm so proud of how far you've come too. You're doing the most. You're doing the damn thing. Oh shit. I want that thing to... oh, I want it to get back so bad. I want it desperately. Hi, John! New form, new form. Bret Hot American Summer. Yep. Yep. Aww. That's amazing. No, I love that. And I love that I could have been an inspiration as well. Because I wouldn't have started streaming without my inspiration, you know? Like, it's crazy how everything happens. So, Yeah, I'm super happy for you. That's amazing. Oh, can someone break that trap? Please. That'd be amazing. Oh, I want someone to step on that so bad. Where's... Oh, there she is. I'm trying to get her, not him. I don't want you. I want her. Okay, can't get her. Now I want you. Did that work? Oh, as if. Oh! Alright. Oh my god, that's actually a great trap. That's such a funny trap because of the teleport. That's funny. Okay, it paid off. It paid off. That's fine. Drop this pallet, I need it. Blood favor is working for it. Oh, get that trap, get that trap. They're gonna go in, I think. Hey, girl. Hey, sweetie. Can I get you? Oh, nice. Play DVD. Do it. Oh, I fell. Yeah, I was getting that itch this morning. I was like, oh. I gotta play. And here we are. Whoopsies. I don't think I played Killer this much in a hot minute. Okay, I'm not doing that again. I'm gonna stay up here. At least they're all injured though. But they're getting my traps. But my traps reset, which is good. So... Oh god, she's moaning. She's moaning up a storm. Hey, girly. Nice dead hard. I had a feeling she'd do that. Nice. People are using dead hard again. I think dead hard's back. I think it's back, guys. Oh, nice. Hey, girl. Dead hard's back. Wow. Sure. Sure, it can be back. Never thought we'd be here again. God, their moans together are actually crazy. Alright, there's my other thing. Yeah, Dead Hard's back. Is there a reason? A reason? Is there a reason why it's back again? Like, what changed? What happened? Reason? Look at my toes. Oh my god, I just noticed them. Why are they out like that? Okay, they've healed. See if I can get her to go around. And she knows it's there. Barking and everything. Someone's working on that again. I feel like I've broken this pallet a million times. Thank you. Perfect. And someone's trapped somewhere. Oh, over there. Yippee! Oh, they were dead. Oh. Oh, good for them. Great. But the thing is, there's a gen downstairs, which isn't ideal. So I don't want to go downstairs. Can you go back around? Oh my god. Is this the same one? Yes! That one's so good. Girl, you don't need to body block him. What the fuck? Oh. What the hell? If they're on comms, they will get the thing off. Hi, Jazz! Smart. Nice. Playing some killer. I wanted to hear the Trapper's traps, but I guess I didn't set that many because I had my eerie add-ons. Whoopsies. Oh my gosh, she's moaning. She's moaning up a storm. But I have a very altruistic team. Ouchies. No. No, no, no. Okay, I'm gonna have them all ready to go. Ooh, she might make it. We're going to the basement. Basement time. Yippee! I don't have any traps to use, only on that. I think you can still maybe get the window with that. Oh, I gotta... Oh, there's no endgame. That's right. I don't have any traps. Let's have put a trap here. I don't think she's going for that save. I'll take a 2k on Trapper. I'll take a 2k on Trapper any day. That was such a big map. Oh my god. The way I got so quiet for no reason. Oh my god. Whoopsies. My bad, gang. Jazz, how are you? Even if it isn't what it was. Because it's the only difference that you don't get distance? I don't know. Is that the big change? What's the time? 140. Maybe we play some Faz soon? Some Fazaroonie? And people got over... Oh, sorry. It keeps popping up, Nat. I'm like, oh, fap time? We could fap now at 4 hours, technically. Should we fap? Faz yaps, Faz yaps. Look at my ass. Thoughts? I wonder what that looks like to verse. I want to see it more. Look at my abs. Who wants to fap, fap, fap? Alright, fuck it. Let's fap. We haven't fapped all day. You know what time it is? 10,000 hour ghost hunter. Never died once. I am lying. Perfect. Why he naked though? I don't know. I think because he just likes it. He's like, you know what? Fuck it. My god, that background. I know. I keep forgetting about it. Aquarius, hello. How are you, doll? Hello, hello. Gets me every time. I know. It's a jump scare, isn't it? Sorry, guys. My bad. I'm good. I'm good. We're finally playing some Faz. I'm scratching all my itches. This song is 3 AM by Husbands. Yeah, Sea Beats. Surely, right? Right? Should we do Gambas, guys? Do you want a Gamba? I don't know if anyone wants to. Game Boy Ghosty time! I want to do some new maps solo because I tend to play the same. Daily tasks. Ghost type. Salt. Contracts. There's no way I'm getting the Grafton house by myself. Did somebody say Gamba? Me too. I'm excited. Start prediction. Will I guess the ghost? 2 minutes. Will I be lucky today? Because we've had ghosts that are like, no. Mm-mm. Gamba is on. Sprinting. I might put sprint on to help me stay alive a little bit. TLC knew what they were doing. I know. The crazy thing is they probably were like, all right, stand there. Okay, perfect. Now do this. Okay, do that. What does that mean, Vamp? Sorry. My brain. Ghosty time. I'm gonna do... Let's do a warm-up on my Tanglewood. And then I do want to try different maps to figure out hiding spots. I'll guess and bone guess. Oh. We could do that. How would I do the bone guess? I could do like pelvis and below, torso, spine and head. I don't know. I gotta figure that out. That'd be fun. We could also do a guess on what we could do what thing we get. We could do like Ouija, voodoo doll. That's cool, Vamp. I like that. I like that idea. It's like a bot. Ooh. That's fun. I'll figure it out. I'll see if I can find the Fazbop. Fazbop? Fazbot. That's cool. Fox, hello, doll. If I haven't said hello to you guys. Hello. Get me in. Ceiling fan in every room must be nice. My first load-in of the day. So slow. We've arrived. Hello. That's why I don't play a lot of Killer, because it just distracts me. Michael. Photo, unique photos, video camera. Oh, okay. Sure, sure. Sure thing. Alright, let's go. Ooh, I like that though. Phasmo. Hello, Chris. I can't believe I turned Carl Havoc down. That's crazy. Oh, the bone's right here. I'm glad I did, but... Oh my god. It's crazy. Hi, heart. How are you, doll? That was so funny. And my voice being singy is so good. I'm gonna have to check it out later. You kept getting ignored by people. Oh, what the hell? Why do people ignore me? That's so sad. Oh. I watched the Carl Havoc clip, yeah. Oh, a Nightbot thing? Ooh, thank you. Chris, do you reckon we're just gonna skip Friend Swap tomorrow and just do it next week? Because I feel like everyone's like, ah. Which is fair. I'm not even mad. I think it's another skip. But next week... Let's find this bloody ghost. Oh, great. Here? No. Oh? Hello? Is it here or downstairs? Maybe here? A chill day? Oh, yeah? That sounds quite nice. Yeah, I just played a mix of games. I played Tamagotchi in between DBD because I felt like DBD. Some storylines. Surely a dot ghost, but also... I don't know where it is. I think it's in... Oops. I don't know if it's in the hallway or downstairs. So we're gonna find out. 8, 6, what's down here? 7. Oh, okay, it's in the hallway. Hallway ghost. Video, 3 unique videos. Oh no. I'm a bit scared. Do we have anything yet? No, we don't. Oh. Are you here? Where are you?
An elderly individual.
Thank you. My goat? Firebot. Firebot? What the hell? Firebot. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Would be cool to get some plugins. Hi, Winter. How are you, Joel? Oh, there's the... Oops. Oops. I don't think... I could be wrong though, because... Oh. Liz, come on. You need a good night. No flushing toilets. God, Liz. Oh, God. What? Good grief. Oh, ghostwriting.
Lake Titicaca.
Jones! 39?
Tatas.
What the hell?
Jones 26 just resubbed for 39 months. 39 months?
Thank
What
you.
the hell, Carl? Shoot Carl's now, Carl. So
Cuz nigh. Thank you so much for bloody 39, doll. How are you? Huge. Oh, there we go. It's a spirit. Door moved. Oh, object thrown. Did it work? Damn it. What the hell? Hi, Slug! How are you, doll? Chunny, hello? Playing some Tomodachi while you faz them mo's? Oh, yeah. Steve didn't, ask out Terry today. Absolutely gutted, but it's okay. Sometimes it be like that. You can't win them all. Yay! Wait, who believed in me? Cal! You're subbed in here. That's a really sweet thought, though. How are you, doll? Poor Steve. Me! Me! Wait, we might be back, guys. I'm scared of this, but we should give it a shot. Oh, that's bigger. Oh. Willow's smaller than Tangle? Oh, Slug, damn it. I had a feeling you were going to say that. It's good to see you, though. How was your time together? My urge to always choose the losing vote is too strong. No, fair. Fair. I mean, I am learning. It's honestly a good 50-50 if I'm going to die, to be fair. So, You know what? Let's go to... I'm gonna try a new map, a different map every round. And let's see how long that lasts. Amazing as always. I never want to leave. Oh, Joel. That's very cute. Bless. Bless. Hi, Liz. Yup. The Faz crew's loading in. Sanity, goes to blow out a firelight, and a paranormal sound. Hello. So I think you're killing. I just love to hard gamble. I get a rush. No, I get a rush. No, I totally get that. I've been chaos voting with Tammy, so I gotta bring the energy over here too. Oh, hi Rach. How are you? No, I totally get it, guys. I really do. I get it. No judgment. Hello? Thank you, sir. Sure thing. I appreciate it. Milk. My chat always like goes up. I can't control it. Book. Let's see. I can't believe it opened the thing and was like, hey, come in. Maybe it's not here anymore. Hold. Are you here? What happened, Liz? Being stinky? Oh, okay. Fair play. This part's confusing as hell. What about here? Okay, is this bot just running away from me? Not bot, ghost. Because I think they are. Which is very inconvenient. This is the custody. So I think it is moving a lot. Where's the bone? Dang. Where did he go? All night long, all night. the coldest it's been. $12, 11, 8. So here, maybe? Eight. If it'll just stand still for 5 seconds. Is that an orb, I think I saw? Yes, nice. True. Gob. You're right. I should do that. Are you here? Are you here? Take your time. Nicole, how are you, doll? Hope you're well. My goat. My goat. We're dropping sanity slowly. I'm bringing 2. Have you ever whenever you know what I mean? Because I cannot stress enough. Is it Nicole's birthday? You could do anything? Yes, exactly. You just get me. Alright, bone. Bone. No mirror, no doll, no summoning circle. Ouija, music box, or monkey. Having a moment in disc? Oh, jealous. No monkey, I think. Will we finally have EMF? Go on, doll, don't be shy. You got me acting up. There you go, tarot cards. That did scare me a little bit, I'm not going to lie to you. That did get me the heebie-jeebie. Oh. Oh. Wait. I haven't watched the Maud Ass movie. Is it good? Banshee her. Parabolic mic. I'm not letting you weaken me. I'm gonna do everything but that. Really? Oh my god. I'd be a little bit scared. Mortuary assistant movie. Okay, ghost event. Okay, girl, chill. That's an event. Like, you can't be too sure. I'm always gonna hide. Nice, okay. You know I'm a little puss. They were throwing stuff before. I gotta pee again. Girl. Is it jump scary? Because that's what I'm bad at. Oh, really, David? No, yeah, it's good. I'm really bad at it. I think it's an amazing game, but I'm, really scared when I play it. Like, it's ridiculous. I make it scary on myself. Oh. Or... Are they throwing things? Wait, when do you have to get up, Liz? When's your alarm set? As much as I really want you here and I'm Devo, do what's best for you, doll. The good sleep's important. But we miss you, okay? Just know that. Can you blow out the candle, babe? I gotta pee. Like, I'm not gonna stop you doing what you want. But I do understand if you need to go. Blow it out, babe. Just blow on it. Just a quick 1-2. Come on. Come on. I'm probably gonna do 6 hours today max. Just in case I stream later. But I'm either doing a bonus night stream tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna suss out my vibe. Either way, I will be live. Oh, I missed it. Oh, God. Okay, I'm leaving. Oh, I already did it, but I wanted for a video. Alright, well, we got him. That's a banshee. It's a banshee. A banshee. Give me my money. Okay, now piss. I want to change. Okay, wait. Let me go pee and then we'll figure out. I want to change my custom settings a bit.
Wisconsin pines collaborate with the day. Glow vibes in out. Touristic rated travel guide. It's chill, but Lord knows you're trying. Zombie kids love to hear that easy going shit. Grab a guitar and just moan and shit. It's cool, but Lord knows you're trying. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. It's so satisfying. You put your record song exclusively hit the old pavement one. A 90s song with a modern tone. A step away from crying. Degenerate, counterculture, crying socialist. Hip to lace quest abstractionist. We're weird, but God knows we're trying. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. It's so satisfying. Yeah, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Step away from crying. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Yeah, and that's the way it goes. That's the way it That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. It's so satisfying. Yeah, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Step away from crying.
Plugging in the games channel on Discord. Everyone go check it out. Command your soldier this game to not die. What game is it? Also, where's chocolate? I want chocolate so bad. I don't think I have any. I think I'm out. Which is horrendous. Also, does anyone have any tips? Have you figured out when it's time to put away laundry? Have you figured out a way that helps you do it? Because laundry is my biggest op. I have a tip. Oh yeah? Prove it. Just don't. Real. Hi Frey. Enjoy your lurk, doll. I'm just doing some practicing. What was I going to turn on? Oh yeah, the room change. Oh. It was medium. That's cool. I think okay. It can fall like a little gremlin. I dump it in my bed and put the basket on the other end of my house. So I want to get into bed. Ooh. I take my clothes and fold them inside my closet and just put them away in their place as I'm folding. Shit. Because I finally want to do every piece of laundry. I think I just need to put... Because I have I had this really bad... I'm not proud of this. But there's this, like, wardrobe that's near the kitchen that's meant to be for, like, storage. But it's right near my office. And I get ready in the lounge room because I have a big mirror in there. And I put some of my clothes on the right-hand side of that the wardrobe because it's just so much easier and I don't have to go down a hallway to get to my other things. So I want to like put maybe half of my stuff in there and then the other stuff that I don't wear a lot in the other wardrobe. But it's just, I'm so lazy. It's so bad. You naughty boy.
Lee's the Reptile has gifted a sub to GG_Jofers.
Oh my god, I thought you were about to be both of these nuts. We're planning potential slop tomorrow. That's why I'm on my phone. Sorry. Liz, thank you for gifting a sub to Jove. My goat. I dump it on my bed and sleep in whatever room is left. That's so funny. Yeah. Put dirty washing in the basket instead. You feel like more of a slob having dirty washing on the floor. Real. Put your clothes away, child. I know, Em. I'm the worst person ever. Thank you for the thingy-ma-bobby. I appreciate it. Evidence 2? I wonder if I could do 2 evidence. There's no way. No shot. You totally can. 2 Evie? Chris. What the fuck? Someone suggested a game and then Chris goes, Carla hates that idea. Bro, stop. Okay, I'll try that and sprint. And no sprint. On Tangle. Sammy, I didn't groan. Just so you know. Wait, anything we play Peak? I never... I think we might play Peak. Thoughts? Okay. I'm really bad at Peak, but I will play with the pals. I suggested Gamble, but they... Not they. I'll just say they think it might be a bit too over stimmy and like too short. But I want to play Gamble a lot. But I don't think I've reeled them in with it. Unless I just play it with the chat. Oh, the Golden Hook as well. Eva. Golden Hook. Oh wait, 2 evidence. Oh, I'm screwed. Shit. Thanks, Henry. Steph not short, I'll tell you that. Hey, yo. Alright. Okay. 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 I really want some Liar's Bar, if I can be honest with you. Your bank stole $100? Huh? What did it say on it? What the hell? Tell him to give it back. What the fuck? Huh? There's no like thing on it? Wait, hold. I also wanna... Not me ghost hunting and trying to plan tomorrow. This is bad. Okay. Where's the bone? Oh shit. Wait. Wait. Make eggs? Yeah, I'll make eggs right now. Where's the bone? What the hell? Great. Oh, it's probably in here. Let's do it. We're supportive, even though we're not. Gonna get rid of this. Doing it. Okay. Go noi noi. Can I put it on the fan? That'd be so funny. Damn. Let me do it. Yeah, it's not worth it. What the hell? Why does it keep changing on me? What's going on? I thought I changed it. Did I not change the roaming frequency? Did I stuff up? Oh. Wait, how do I... Oh, I had a mind blank. My bad. Tired, cranky equals bad day. Yes. Like cranky. Can already rule out a thing. Which one? I kept closing the book accidentally because I'm an idiot. Bye, Liz. We'll see you next time, doll. Thank you for hanging. You're our goat. Oh, they turned off the thing. Uh-oh. Bye. I'll see if you remember. Which ghost never does ghost mist? Oh, shit. I actually don't remember. Who doesn't do ghost mist? Oh. I don't remember. Oh, there's the bun. Wait, who, Tammy? I forget. Oh, God. Yeah, please tell me. I don't remember that at all. Oh, Oni. Oh. Good to know. I totally... Okay, so you can rule out Wraith with Salt. Oni with Ghost Mist. That's the one ghost event and Oni will never do. Oh god, and my sanity's going low too. Oh. I've got so many ghosties to learn. Go on, go you good thing. Are you here? Where are you? Oop. Oh. Hey, King. Ooh. Thanks, King. More like Moni, am I right? Moni, Moni. Ding. Ding, ding. Sing it. Marnie. Oh. Hi, Joe. How are you? Welcome back. Henry, you can say that. You're right. Photo motion sensor. See if I can record some stuff while I'm in the van. Y'all are blinking and breathing manually. Vamp, no. Shit. Great. The last thing I need. Hate it when that happens. I'm good, Joe. I'm good. We played some DBD at the start. Did some killer. I can help you out, King. And now we're just vibing. Ooh, ghost mist. So much ghost mist. Go on. Go, you good thing. Hi, Christine. Morning, doll. Oh. I thought he said fuck. Oh. Fast is good. I'm trying to level up in my slow ass way. Hi, Barry. How are you? I'm slowly leveling up. Would be sick. I know, Seven. I was hoping to see them so I could show them a few things, but also we play so much, it's okay. There'll be other times. Oh shit, I just realized we still have to guess them. Oh no. I don't think it's Mimic. I think. There's no orbs. Oh wait, oh no, there would be orbs because orbs can show up no matter what, right? So can I cross out orbs? Or no? Shoot. Let's go outside. I forgot I was doing 2 evidence. They are being nice, Barry. They're being so nice. What's going on? Oh, Mimic will always have a fake one, even on 0 evidence. Great. Oh no. I don't know then. Okay, Hantu. Jin. Oh no. It has turned off the breaker, yes. It did. Correct. Okay, so Jin. Oh, because it loses their ability, so a Jin wouldn't turn off the breaker, correct? Is that how I'm looking at it? Right, right. Okay, okay. Correct, correct. Okay. I feel like it wouldn't be demon, right? Do demons hunt more or not necessarily? There's no orbs yet. Oh, it might be a demon. If there's no orbs, but then we have 2. Technically, we only have 2 evidence. So that's our 2 evidence. Oh, they turned it off again. I don't know. I just turned off the evidence. Did they hunt at all? No, they didn't, but my sanity drained a decent amount. I've taken 2 sets of pills though. So would it be... I don't know. Hi, Abs. I'm trying 2 evidence. Yeah, I don't think it's a mimic. I don't know if that's crazy to say, Tammy. Do you reckon, like... I think it's between these 2, for sure. Thanks, Abs. Coldest climates. The less aggressive near one. I guess I can try. Is that a ghost event or a hunt? What the hell? It was a ghost event. I don't know. Oh! Great. god, proud of you, Abs. Look at you. Doing the damn thing. Hi, Nell. How are you? I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to guess. Oh, no. Ghost time's a mirror. I don't want to die. I'm scared. Yeah, squeeze that thing. Oop. Mimi was having a sneezing fit this morning, poor thing. I wonder what sets her off. Because, like, the floor's clean, everything's clean. Poor thing. And so when she finally, like, stopped, she passed out. So when I got up this morning, she... You know when you move and your cat just, like, looks at you? She wasn't moving. She was exhausted. Like, she was sleeping. Little cutie. Poor thing. Trippy! What the hell?
Lake Titicaca.
Thank you.
Hakuna Matatas.
That's really nice.
Trippy Ask 3 just resubbed for 1 month.
Titicaca.
Thank you, doll. Thank you for using your prime on me. We've had so many new subs and primes the past couple of weeks. It's so nice. Thank you. That's super kind. I really appreciate that. We are doing Friend Slop tomorrow, guys, officially. 9 PM Eastern. We get some slop. And I think we've landed on some fort squads. Because I think a 4-stack, that's really exciting when you get a win in. And definitely some Liars Bar. And then maybe a Battle Golf cap. And then after, I'll probably end with something else. I don't know. Probably Faz? If I can start, so if I shouldn't stream today. So I can do some Faz in the morning before Friend Slot. So we'll do a little combo. Liar! Can you hunt me but not kill me? Please. So I would love to start early tomorrow. Do a juicy stream. So like play Faz and enjoy the update, and then do slot, and then a little cap afterwards. I've missed slop too. Tomodachi kind of took over, which is fine. Which means I'll probably do a night stream the next day. Juicy slop. Mmm. Wait, a night stream. Oh, tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, big day tomorrow, guys. Big day tomorrow. I could always play Faz at night too, worst case. If I can't do both. Oh. With the lights off. Okay, let's do it. Oh. It's not open. Damn it. I'm waiting in here. Yeah, Friend Slop, so it's basically the category of games. Usually that's like Lethal Company, Repo, like all Friend Slop games. We haven't done it in a few weeks. We usually do it weekly. But we're back. Silly multiplayer games, yes. Yeah, I want to play more Repo, man. I love Repo. A bit too much. I know. Oh my god, Tammy, what? They said, hey. Can you hunt, please? I miss 3 Evie. Ooh, it wants to. It wants to hunt so bad. My sanity last time I checked was like 70. It's probably like 60 or 50 now. Hey. Come on. Give mummy what she wants. Alright, let's check my sanity. Oh, I turned sprint off. I forgot about that. Oh my god. It's 34%. Does that give us anything? Stricken Hantu? What the hell? What do you reckon, guys? Should we send Hantu? YOLO? Wait, how's your cat going? Please be right. I need this so bad. Please, 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 please. Yes.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs
Thanks,
ready for you.
Tabby. Yes. Guys. Level 71. My next one is 75. That's 8,000. 75 and then, yeah, 2 75s and then 80. I'm learning, David. I'm learning. Rage. Woo. How many do what you need to do? You're my goat. Oh my god. Yay! Guys, we're learning. Although that was handy to learn about the Oni again. Oh my god. Guys, I'll never get that triple kill again. But that was a good time. That was a great time. We could try the farmhouse, even though it scares the shit out of me. 2 Evie though, I'm not sure I can do 2 Evie on it. Try 2 Evie on cam? Walter! I know, Rage. It's so creepy.
Nothing to report, but it looks like whoever was here left in a hurry.
You couldn't lose as long as I was in chat. True. True. That was crazy. That was a crazy day. I kept winning. So if no one's ever seen Liar's Bar, it's Russian roulette. And getting 3 of them at the same time is incredibly rare. Like, we probably won't ever see that again. Oh my god. Yeah, it is growing on me too because it's cool. It's a cool map, but it scares me to shit. Yeah, it's really, really good. Grafton is goated. Yeah, I only played it for the first time yesterday. I didn't realize it's been so long. Let's have a little look-see. Yeah, the slots are so fun. That's my favorite. That's my fave. Do we have tarot cards again? No. Oh, I didn't check the doll. No mirror, no doll. I think it's monkey paw. Yes. Yeah, the slots are so fun. Oh? Kind of cold over there. Was cold over there. Is cold. Okay. We'll try. Try my luck. Yeah, how's work been? Okay, let's do... What do we need here? Not too bad. Yippee! Had a dribbleable! Axel! You're my goat! Have a nice night, doll. I hope the dribbles go so well. Oh, they turned it off. Oh, 5. I haven't found the bone yet. Oh. Ghost of it. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. It's too heavy again. Too heavy. Oh, Tabby. Oh. Oh. One day. One day I'll be goated at Faz. One day. It's been fun, like, learning it for the properly for the first time since it's come out. That's been fun. Because I never really did. It was always kind of like... kind of ignored it, to be honest. Oh my god, Tammy, what the hell? Oh, Joe Cool. I hate that. That's foul. Hated that. Are you here? Okay. Okay. It could be the 6th fingerprint. Shut the fuck up. Ew. Oh, I'm draining. Oh, true. True. Ew, that's nasty. Damn. Actually, no thanks. Let me practice this. Oh, that's quite nice. Okay, so my sanity has been drained quite a bit. More frequently make paranormal sounds. Can you hear that? It hasn't turned off the power yet, I don't think. It turned the lamp off. Ooh. But not the breaker, right? Or not the generator? No, okay. Hey, King. No, Reed, you're fine, doll. No bad. It's good info. We're on 2 heavy. I need all the info. I need it to hunt, but I'm scared. It did. It stepped in all the salt. Oh, I dropped my lighter. Gin Myling Obake? I've never watched Hunger Games. Where's my... Sorry, where's my thing? I know. No, it's 5. Really? Fave series of all time? Really? I reckon it's a gin. Should we just send Jin? I should probably not. I should probably wait. Because what if? Joe, I read that as you going, you could get a paramic evidence to get that objective, mommy. And I was like, yeah. That's new, but I've been called worse. Joe. It didn't even work. Ew. Nasty. Why did that not count? The giggling. Great. It is a good emote. Tearing up, but yeah, I was just looking at that 7. They're funny. Should we just go with Jin? Ugh. Oh. Hate that. Hate that. Don't like you. Don't like you. Can you chill for 5 seconds, please? God, what the fuck? Fuck it, I'm going Jin. I want to get out of here. I hate it. I hate it here. Oh. Please be a Jin. Yes! We needed that. We honestly needed that. Oh my god. Why's Carla crying? I'm not. I'm a good guy. Oh. God. Golly gosh, guys. Golly gosh. Why do I want to do it again? Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm practicing too heavy on these maps because I'm scared. Graduate on Friday! Woo! Oh my god, we need this, Kyle. We need this. You deserve to graduate, baby. I know, Peachy. Nasty. Nasty shape. Rach, I'm trying to get better at it solo. I'm much more brave when I play with Tammy or Jeffy or Keto, but when I'm solo, I'm a scaredy cat, but I'm trying to be better with that. I'm trying. Trying.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Prepare accordingly.
New intel. Reports of light switching. Possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
Great. I go with 50 people and you better believe I'm still gonna get quite the fright. No, I am with you, babe. I get you. Crucifix. Oh, this is good. This is good. Rob, hello. How are you? Yeah, Carl, just pop a tit. Mirror. Damn. Doll? No. Some DBT? How is it, doll? Is this open this time? No. Phone in kids' room? Did I miss it? Oh my god, right in front of me. My goat. I'm good. Amen. Amen to you. No, I'm good. Games, DBD games are rough but good. Like I had a hacker in my game. That was an interesting time. But you know what? Joke's on me because They truly, I thought I was going crazy when they escaped. Instantly, I was like, what? Because I never get hackers in my Aussie games. Thank you. I still gotta find my book. I'm supposed to speak at grad. Oh my god. Do you have your speech ready? Sure showed me. No, yes. It's like, girl, what? I do have my I'm presenting at Kyle's I was gonna say engagement. Graduation, guys. Did you move? I think they did. Great. Girl. I'm on your side. Ghost one. Bloody salt. Salt prices are through the roof. Oh, look at Carla when she does her speech. Great. Okay, Mr. Popular, Kyle. Voted to the speech. That's my goat. I hated speeches in high school. I could probably do one now. Liz, can you not fall asleep? Motherfucking, are you here? Nice, blow it out. My goat. How old are you? Elderly victim. Elderly victim. Oh, the light off. Yes, 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 yes. Smart. Ah! Oh, fuck. Oh. That, honestly, my bones ache. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Darren! Safe flight, doll. How are you feeling? You excited? Oh my god. That is actually crazy. Oh, that was a lot. Proof? Proof? That scared me. Are you here? Girl. My god. You pissed my pants like that. Girl. Prevent the ghost from hunting. Peachy all the time. All the time. Never once. Okay. I don't like this. Crunches in the shower? Joe. What the hell? Hey, whatever floats your boat. Who am I to take that away from you? The grind don't stop. That's my goat. Oh. That's freezing temps, yeah. It's my goat. Okay, let's see. Now, I don't like these options I'm getting. We could get something. Oh, no. It's probably orb. It's probably not a mimic. I just realized. Oh. If we got spirit box. No, actually we got 2 already, so we wouldn't get spirit box. Or would we? I don't know. Probably not. Wait, it might be a mimic. Wait. Ahantu is ultraviolet. Oh, wait, I don't have ultraviolet. Never mind. That was last game. I was about to be like, guys, wait. Okay, sorry. 2 Evie. Calm down. Guess what week is coming up again? Was a reminder when a decoration fell on my head just now. What's coming up? Nurses Week? every day's Nurses Week, so I always forget when Nurses Week is. Because we've been saying it for years. Should I try the candle test? Oh my god. Well, it didn't hunt after she blew out that candle before, right? We can try again. Oh, I only have 2 candles. Okay, we can't do this. Damn it. My ba- oh wait, I can relight it, can't I? Oh, never mind. Yippee! Seven, I did not. Okay, fun fact. One. I'm scared. Oh, the candles get less and less. That makes sense. Onryo? Oh, it was a ghost event. Oh, as soon as they blew, they started eventing. Oh. Oh, the door's closed though. Maybe that was a little hunt. Thoughts? Or can they just close all the doors with an event too? Oh, okay. Hmm. What do we reckon? What do we think? I mean, it's draining my sanity quite a bit. I'm gonna hide in the back room. Come and get me, loser. I think I dropped it at the door. I just heard a crucifix go off. Another crucifix? Oh god. I'm scared. What was that? No, Tammy, I don't mind your delay, doll. That was the breaker. Oh. The crucifix burnt a couple times though, so I think it should hunt soon. I hope at least. That's another crucifix. Oh god. Oh god. He's coming. Really? Is YouTube delay worse? Really? I'm on mobile today. Jared! Hello! Anytime I'm on mobile, I laugh. It's so funny. The delay is crazy. 15 to 20 seconds. Ugh. Another crucifix burning? Okay, so we should hunt any second now. Is this on? Alright, all the charges are gone. Oh no. Henry, that's funny. 93% of the time, that's high odds, David. Good night, Abs. Friend slop tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging and your upgrade too. That was ridiculous. Can't believe you did that. Really? Oh shoot. Ooh. Not the delay. Another event? Abs, my god. Doll, have a good night, okay? Have big good sleeps. Big good sleeps, you know? I think when we have good latency, I respond pretty instantly. Like sometimes people are like, hello? That was too quick. Guys. I know, just hunt me. Oh. Hello? Revs are slower when hiding, right? Evans, how are you, doll? I guess we haven't heard it not hiding. Bye, Jaren. Safe flight. I'll talk to you when you're overseas still. Would I get another piece of evidence technically? If it's a mimic, or maybe not? I don't know. Well, with mimic, I didn't see anything in the soul. I didn't get spirit box, which I mean still could happen, and there was nothing in the salt. Yeah, spirit box would still happen, but it hasn't done anything. Usually I get it by now. Marina, hello. How are you, doll? Ooh. Is it just not hunting? It's just walking around. It's just checking out the house. Three times? Oh no. Tammy, it's Nurses Week. What do you want me to pick? It's Nurses Month. It's not coming after me. It just doesn't care less. I'll try to leave and we'll hunt. Nurses, yeah! Nurses Decade! Nah, Tammy, you're my goat. You're single-handedly teaching me this game. It's just walking around. Wait, Nurses Millennium! Oh! Hello? I'm at 0% sanity. 0 crucifix. Oh no. The dentist. Proud of you for going though. Oh. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Why did you say Rev? Tammy, was there something you heard? And why do you think Eurojo? I just don't think was an event. Oh, okay. What's with the walking around? Hello? I'm in here, please. Come and get me, pussy. Oh, yoo-hoo! It's not hunting. Oh. Go on then. Yoo-hoo, housekeeping. You know what? I would love to die in game. At least I'd figure out what the ghost is. Do I have to come out now? I don't. This is ridiculous. Yoo-hoo! Oh, shit. I have to get out. It's so clumpy. I don't. I can put it on though for you. It doesn't have the new ghosts. It's quite outdated. Can someone explain why he's just walking up and down the halls? Maybe it is a mimic. Maybe we lock in mimic. Great. Damn, I would hate a hunt right now. This closet's so small. It can barely fit my ass in here. Ugh. Damn. Guys, imagine Tammy in scrubs, right? Going to a conference room with their mobile to help a Australian woman find the ghost in Faz. We run this world. The world is our oyster. Taunting or flirting? Both. Hey! What's up, man? I don't want to leave this room. You don't want to leave the hallway. So you come to me. Imagine walking past your hospital conference room and hearing Carla go, "This closet can barely fit my ass." And it's an Australian accent as well. And in an American hospital. Barely fit me ass. Hi, Naughty. Hello? Please, for the love of cornflakes. Great. Yeah, the swearing ghost, or the ghost that hates swears. Sweetie! I'm at... Why are they walking like they're my roommate? They just... what the hell? Let it see you real quick. Great. Do I repel when I'm out there or repel when it starts to hunt? the hell? Did it speed up, guys? I don't know.